X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold dead faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me right now. Watch me now. Let me show you how.
Well, everybody, hello, and welcome to today's stream. How are you all doing this afternoon? Might not be afternoon for you wherever you are. I don't care. It's afternoon here, and here's the only place that matters. This is where I am. And I'm not exactly 100% sure that we don't live in a simulation, and that you guys aren't just AI programmed to interact with me. I don't know. I don't know if 100%. I'm not 100% sure that's not the case. Not saying it is. I'm just saying I'm not 100% sure it's not the case. Anyway, hey, what's up? Hey, sleep-deprived frog. I'm also, well, I'm actually not too sleep-deprived right now. I'm a little tired, but not too tired. I should have made coffee. Hello. Hey, amazing JD, how you doing? Max Phoenix, good to see you. Ash Zix, hello, how are you doing? Uncle Gumbald, how are you? Good to see you. Turn on your cam, Zan. I'm about to. I'm saying hello first. You know how it is? I like to talk to you guys for a minute before I switch the camera over. It's nice. Hanubia X, how you doing? Good to see you. Hello. Oh shit, you guys are already dropping the support. I'd love to see it. Thank you guys. I'll read the donos in a second. Hello, Meme Joy. Hi there, DJ Reaper Skier. Good to see you. Hello. Panic Stasis, how are you? Dry water? That's not a thing. Hi there. Crick Chirp, what's up, homie? Good to see you. Hello there. All right. Hey, everybody. How are you all doing today? We're gonna be surprised when he opens camera. Shadows lifeless body is laying right there. Hey, if you want to see me put on Shadow's lifeless body, crawl inside of it, and wear Shadow the Hedgehog like a skin suit, then you can consider supporting me directly by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub over on my website, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. She hears me talking and now she wants attention. When the total amount donated in the stream reaches $300 collectively, I put on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie and I wear it for the rest of the stream. It's actually kind of hot in here. I'm going to take the blanket off that I have on my legs. As I have been with this amazing new chair. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce right now. Can you hear her? You can't. I'm gonna sell her to the glue factory. Meme Joy, thank you for the $5. Already you guys are dropping support in the stream. Thank you guys very, very much. It helps a lot and I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Said, I just got paid today, so have some disposable income to contribute to donning the skin of Shadow the Hedgehog. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It also helps me to pay my bills and pay for groceries and stuff like that. So thank you for the $5. Oh, my hair's kind of fucked up. Makima, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, my friend. Very generous as well. And, you know, I love you, homie. Thank you. Said, found you because of Vosh. Hi. Well, thank you to Vosh for bringing you over here. And thank you to you, obviously, for the tier 2 sub. And hopefully you enjoy your time here. And hopefully you find your tier 2 sub to be worth it. Thank you. Uncle Gumbald, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Hanubia X. Really appreciate that, and I'm sure Hanubia X appreciates the tier 1 gifted sub. Says, you may now use the Pog emotes, Pepe. Well, there you go. You've gifted emotes to Hanubia. Amazing JD, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Extremely kind. Says, hey Zan, gotta get my blue name back while supporting you. 2022 hasn't been great for me, but people like you make it better. Rock on, my guy. I'm really sorry to hear that 2022 hasn't been going well for you, my friend, but hopefully it gets better. I'm rooting for you. All right, I'm rooting for you. Thank you for the $5, though. I appreciate it. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Says I forgot to mention the person who sang Knuckle SA2 OST Pumpkin Hill turned out to be the piss of shit, and they even were piece of shit to Surus's friend Emmy Jones too. Jesus Christ, yeah, I heard that. I heard that Surus and Emmy Jones were friends, and, damn. Well, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Regardless, though, I appreciate the support from you guys already. We're at $35 in the dono goal. Let me just update that really fast. Good lord. I will disclose to you guys that my, my neck has been hurting pretty bad for the last 4 or 5 days now. It was at its worst a few days ago, and it's just been getting a little bit better over the days, but it's just flared up a little bit right before stream, and it's a little rough, you know, turning my head's a little hard. It's not the most comfortable feeling in the world, I'm gonna be honest. So I do have a bit of a tension headache right now. However, my posture's perfect right now. However, that won't stop me from streaming. I'm running out of vape juice. Thankfully, I've got this vape and a backup one. I stocked up because I didn't want to run out and have to go get a new one. Like, the headache is like here to here, all the way back to here. It's a really weird headache. It goes to like my... Yeah. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Says, no, Surus and Emmy are still friends. No, I know they are. I found out the other person was a piece of shit. No, Surus and Emmy are still friends. I was trying to say the person who sang Pumpkin Hill was a piece of shit to her. Yeah, I know. I understood what you said. Thank you for the $5, though. Thank you. Xanderhal sounds like Surus. I sound like Surus? Or the thing... No, that wasn't about Surus and Emmy Jones. No. Sounds like sinuses? No, it's a neck thing. I just wish it would crack and the pain would go away. Normally that does it. Like if I have a sore neck, I just crack it the right way, I pop it, and it's good, but it won't pop. Have you heard of the monkeypox outbreak? Well, I don't plan to go around any monkeys. anytime soon. So I'm not exactly worrying about it, frankly. Can it jump to humans? Can it jump from monkey to human and then to human? Yes? Oh fuck. Some humans have it? Okay. Like here's the thing though, right? Like this monkeypox thing, isn't it supposed to cause like massive bruises and rashes and blisters and oozing wounds on the skin? I mean, like, it can also be an STD. Yeah, but it's like, has been able to for decades. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be the next COVID, you know, the monkeypox or whatever. I doubt it'll be the next COVID. That would really surprise me. It's supposed to mimic the symptoms of smallpox. Oh, well, we love smallpox here on the... Listen, for those that don't know, here on the Xanderhal channel, we love smallpox. No, we don't. Smallpox sucks. What are we doing? Yeah, small spelled S-M-O-L. It's just a little smallpox, ooh. Can we do fun videos today? You know what I think we should do today? So we're doing the segments that I told you guys, you know, we're doing and all that. I promised chat yesterday we'd be covering these two topics in the title today, because I didn't cover them yesterday. However, I need to put my footrest down because my legs are a little uncomfortable right now with the... Ah, there we go. Baller. There we go. Ah. And my nuts no longer stuck to my thighs. Feels good. Jesus his thinner on stream that he looks on YouTube. Does Zan stick to his stream titles unlike Vosh or Demon Mama? I do typically stick to my stream titles as much as possible, but after we do what's in the stream title, we're going to be doing Terraria. And during Terraria, I think we're going to be reacting to videos, and I actually had an idea. So... the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, regardless of what your opinion on it is, if you're a progressive, you should be able to recognize the fact that it's sort of being weaponized by the right and by those that are anti-Me Too and against, you know, women coming forward about abuse or anything like that. It is being weaponized, you know, against women and used to radicalize people right now. And I feel like I'm going through YouTube when I'm not streaming these last couple weeks, I'd say, and I'm just getting nonstop, like, videos from YouTubers who are, like, pseudo-experts and body language experts, quote-unquote, and, like, just the random channels that are supposed to, like, claim that they can prove Amber Heard is a guilty, evil, lying bitch, and, you know, and that's what all the content is. And it's, like, it's really bizarre. And I worry about how an event like this, regardless of what you believe is the correct or incorrect position, is going to be weaponized and used by the right in the coming year or two. It's very likely that this could go on to be like a relevant thing for a while now. And so what I was considering was, what if while we do Terraria, I have in picture-in-picture mode, we do live coverage of the trial. Not only so as that perhaps if anything crazy comes out or happens or a worthwhile segment comes from it, we can clip it and make it like a video content to go on the channel and stuff, but also to inform ourselves further about this story. So if, let's say in the future, some conservative comes on and we start arguing and they're like, Me Too's gone too far, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, yada yada. I would like to make sure I know enough about this to be able to call out any bullshit that goes down. Clipped and shipped? Exactly. We gotta clip it and ship it. So during the Terraria stuff, would you guys be down if the videos that I reacted to while doing Terraria were like us doing like live react coverage sort of deal of the trial? If anybody here could do a poll actually in website chat, that would actually make it a lot easier to see the general sway. I'll probably do another one later in the stream as well when Terraria is about to start. But for now, I'm just curious what you guys think of the idea. Oh, by the way, YouTube chat. If you're in YouTube chat right now and you're wondering what is that chat? Like, what are all those words that are on the screen that Xanderhal is talking to? Well, that is my custom website chat, and it is almost exclusively the only chat that I actually read. I do occasionally glance over at YouTube chat, but not much. But if you want to watch the stream and participate in the real chat and really be a part of the Xanderhal live stream community, I definitely recommend you click that link I just dropped in the YouTube chat. I'm going to pin the message as well. That is a link to the website. Come make an account. Come chat. It's a fun community. It's totally free. You can come hang out. You might even get gifted a sub for totally free. Rigged poll. Yeah, I think whoever made the poll must have messed up, so they just got to do it again. Anyway, guys, how are you all doing today? Oh, actually, I'm going to put on some lo-fi while I talk to you guys in the opening part of the stream. Gotta get that lo-fi. There we go. I'm too lazy, full stop. You know, I can respect laziness, but no, I don't respect laziness now. Well, I'm awake for another Xan stream. Either my sleep schedule is completely fucked or Xan is streaming earlier, or both now. I am streaming earlier, Lexi. Not too much earlier, but I am streaming earlier. I'm gonna try to push my stream even earlier than it is now. I think noon, or like... If I could ideally start my stream every day at like 10 a.m. and end at 2 p.m. PST, that would be ideal. Or not, that's 4 hours, so more like 6, yeah, because I want to do 8-hour streams, like start at 10 a.m., end at 6. Could be good. Anyone think that's an impossibility? To be fair, I've fixed my sleep schedule. I've been waking up at like 7 or 8 a.m. It's just when I wake up at 7 or 8 a.m., I'm kind of tired and not really down to like hop on stream right away. So I have to wake up even earlier and give myself more time to wake up so I can go live at like 10 or whatever. Damn, I have to go to work in less than 3 hours? Well, that's sad, Peachy Raccoon. Well, hopefully on your drive, or at least maybe even while you're working, you can listen to the stream. You're in your early 20s, Xan. Someone your age shouldn't be awake before noon. I know. Listen, that's what I've told Lonnie for 2 or 3 years now, okay? However long Lonnie and I have been dating, I've been telling her that for like 2 or 3 years now. Like, Lonnie, I'm 22 years old. I'm not supposed to be up before noon. What's up, Pig Puncher? I've been a long-time follower on YouTube, but this is my first time on the actual site. The last punch is pig. It's a good meme. Chat, just put a 1 if you want Xan to cover Depp Heard trial and stuff, 2 if not. Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Type 1 if you want me to, during Terraria, cover the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. 2 if you don't want me to. Seems like 1's winning. We'll do another check later, but yeah. Love your channel. I dig the lo-fi music. Thanks, Peaceful Warrior. Appreciate that. Come to the website. Who cares about Johnny Depp? Did I not go on like a little explanation there for why it's important? The reason why it's important to care about this trial is because the right is using this, a situation, a pop culture situation that is in the eyes of so fucking many people. I don't think you realize how many people are following this trial. They're weaponizing it to push a narrative, regardless of what your opinion is on the trial, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, whether they're both in the wrong. The right is using it to push like weird, yeah, they're using it to push weird culture war shit. And I think that me covering it, you know, at least plays a part in, you know, maybe if someone who's curious about the situation discovers my video or my coverage of it, maybe they don't end up finding some weird incel red pillars coverage of it. Because you know all the incel red pill channels are covering this trial and getting ridiculous amounts of views from it, right? Like, YouTube channels that were doing anti-SJW, like reactionary, whatever you want to call it, content to an audience of 300 viewers on average like a few months ago are now getting millions of views per upload. Like just uploading clips of the trial. Doing it because it's important, because it gets views. Why not both? Wait, do you think that I would be doing YouTube at all if I didn't make enough money to do it for a living? I might upload a video or two on the side for fun, but like, this is my job. Of course I'm gonna cover certain things if I know they're gonna do well. However, doesn't mean there can't be other reasons for why I do it that aren't selfish. Or self-serving, I should say. Not selfish. Selfish implies taking from others. Self-serving is a better term. Depp's going to lose most likely? I don't know. I'll avoid making like jump judgments. And I'm gonna reserve my bigger takes until the trial's over. What I'd like to do is for us to follow basically all of the trial from here on out. See, I'd like to catch up. If anybody has like a resource that would be like a fun way to catch up, or knows where they could find one or wants to start looking for me for whenever the Terraria segment starts, that'd be super helpful to catch up on the trial so far, the biggest moments, the crazy moments and whatnot, and then maybe then we're gonna like follow the events as they happen. Demon Mama's Drama Mama episode. I might watch hers, but I don't know if it'd be weird to watch another streamer's recap. I don't know. I'd prefer if like maybe some YouTuber who isn't a psychopath is just an objective recap or something. Like a non-psychopathic red pillar or something. But if like I don't want to watch another streamer's coverage because like then I'm not really doing my own thing. Asmongold? Oh, Asmongold is doing coverage. I've watched a little bit of Asmongold's coverage. I mostly watch Asmongold's WoW and gaming content and stuff. Legal has a video. We'll have to watch that actually. What's the drama between Hyde, Quartering, and iDubbbz? The drama's between Sam Hyde and iDubbbz, and the Quartering is on Sam Hyde's side, and made a video about it, and we're gonna be covering the stupid fucking video, and I'm gonna be talking about the drama between Sam Hyde and iDubbbz as well. Oh, excuse me. Who's Sam Hyde? I'll explain when that's important. You know who Sam Hyde is, you're just not connecting the face to the name. You've seen Sam Hyde before, you've seen his face, you've probably seen video of him or heard him speak, and you're just not connecting the face to the name. For sure you've seen Sam Hyde, for sure. Your GF told you a super cringe story a few years ago about Elon Musk desperately hitting on her. I've heard... It seems like okay. Elon Musk is probably currently in a really bad place. And I really want to, like, see where it goes. Because nobody's reputation on the internet is unbreakable. And I'm curious what it would take for Elon Musk to destroy his reputation. At least to the degree it is now. Like, he'll always have a following. He'll always have a cult following. But I feel like if he just had, like, a full-on mental breakdown and just lost it on Twitter one day, I don't know how much broader mainstream respect he'd still have. I guess the thing that's going to constantly sort of keep netting him respect is the fact that he owns SpaceX. And every time NASA or any big space agency around the world ends up doing anything with the help of SpaceX, that's going to reflect positively on him as like the guy running or pushing the world's space race, so to say. This is why tech bros shouldn't become mainstream celebrities. Yeah, it's very cringy. Music too loud? Thank you. I really appreciate you telling me that, Trans Femcel. People are oftentimes way too nervous or just not on top of like, hey Zan, your audio balancing is bad. The music's too loud. Please take care of it. And then they, yeah, definitely take care of that. The Grimes breakup was rough and we're suffering through the consequences. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Also, guys, I spent so much money today on mobile games. I have $10 left in my bank account. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I was supposed to get paid by YouTube today. Did it actually go through? Because I checked this morning and it didn't. And I was like, or it was yesterday I was supposed to get paid by YouTube and it didn't go through. No, it's still not gone through. Well, that's a little scary. That YouTube's now 2 days late on sending me my my monthly check. That's a little bit. Well, let's hope they catch up and they actually send it, because that's scary. Legal Eagle, JD versus Amber Heard. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we'll watch that. It's May 6th. How far behind is that? God, that's weeks ago. I guess it'll work for getting caught up, but you know, that's still weeks ago. Oof. It'll help. His is a synopsis of what caused the trial? Ah, okay. Well, that'll at least be a good summary. Conservatives will constantly fearmonger about Bill Gates putting microchips in them, but when Elon literally states that he intends to put chips in people. Yeah. It's nothing but hypocrisy. We've always known. Come on. It's always been that. All right. Listen. Guys. I gotta ask you to do me a favor. All right? We got 329 based, 330 based Chads watching the stream right now. Big dick having, muscular, body built, shredded Chads watching the stream right now. However, not all of those Chads have hit the like button over on YouTube. In fact, only 108 of those Chads have done it. I think we can hit 200 Chad likes in the stream before we start the first segment. I think we can hit 200 Chad likes on the stream. Can we do that? Some Sigma likes? We're at 145. Smack that like button like you would smack the ass of the girl that who is your biggest crush in the world, okay? Or guy. Or NB, whatever it may be. That's what I like to see. Keep those likes coming. 164. 172. You guys are quite goatedly liking the stream. Thank you. This is what I like to see. I'm ace, no ass slaps for me. I don't know, like you'd slap a Jello. Like Jello? You know? You want to slap Jello, even if you're ace, I'm sure. Jello's pretty cool. 185, come on, 15 more. I know you guys got it in you. Come on. I believe in you guys. I believe. Ooh, my neck. My neck do be hurting. Chat, once I have enough money, I think I'm gonna go to a chiropractor and get the full treatment. Oh. Neck hurty. 196 likes. Come on, guys. 4 more away. Come on. 4 more. 4 more. Like the stream, guys. I know you guys got it in you. 3 more. Every like counts. Come on. Come on. 3 more. Let's go! Let's go! We did it. All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. All right. All right, chat. You guys know what to do when I say action. I don't need to tell you. We've gone through this. 3, 2, 1, action. Now, listen, I know the quartering is low-hanging fruit, and when I'm covering him, it's usually to just, you know, hang out with you guys and have a fun time, you know, punching very, very far down on an intellectual scale. The guy isn't exactly the most politically literate or politically, you know, aware guy, right? He just has his, you know, basic dialogue tree of culture war talking points, and he doesn't really engage with debates or anything anymore because he got blown out a couple of times and stopped. But he still is grinding out those uploads, and this particular video did tempt me into covering it because of the particular subject matter that he's talking about, and that is the iDubbbz Creator Clash boxing match and Sam Hyde being banned from it. And I'm gonna first give a little bit of background to the situation, give my take on the banning and the drama, yada yada, and then we're gonna watch the video and, you know, dunk on the quartering, as we love to do, as we want to do here most often. So Creator Clash was a YouTuber boxing event put together by iDubbbz. I believe most of the proceeds for ticket sales, if not all or something, besides like everything that would, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the money that went beyond what was needed to cover the cost of the event go to charity? I may be wrong about. I saw that. Yeah, I saw David Hayter, Solid Snake's original voice actor, calling the quartering a dipshit on Twitter today. That was pretty funny. Yeah, that was dope as fuck. You should edit that tweet in to the video, Cherry, in post if you want people to see that, because it's pretty legendary. I wanted to comment. All you would need to do is record a voice line of you saying the quartering's a dipshit in Snake's voice, and his reputation will be ruined. Regardless, though, so Creator Clash was this big YouTuber boxing event. Some Twitch streamers were brought to as well as just some, you know, large figures in this space, and it was put all together by iDubbbz and his wife, fiance, girlfriend, I'm not 100% sure, I think fiance, Anissa, and they, you know, they got together, they put it together, and it was a whole big thing. They did it in Tampa, Florida, back where I'm from, and me and Lonnie, my girlfriend, actually bought tickets to go there, and we're gonna be in like we're gonna be pretty close to the front. It was gonna be pretty good seats and everything, but the week before we were supposed to, you know, get tickets, fly out, and go to Florida to go to this event, my girlfriend's car got broken into, and not only was her laptop stolen, but so was her purse with my wallet in it, because she was out doing errands and had my wallet in it, and my wallet got stolen with my ID and my debit card in it, so I had to order a new debit card, order a new ID, can't get on a plane and go across the country without an ID, and can't travel across the country without a debit card either. So it was just a whole big situation, and we had to cancel the trip. So sadly, despite buying tickets, 'twas a waste of money. I was not able to go. I wasn't even able to get my money back or like resell them somewhere to, like, you know, recuperate the losses. Thankfully they weren't too expensive to begin with, but yeah, that really sucked. I had to stay off of Twitter the day of that event because I was just, you know, the Squidward meme, you know, the one where Squidward's looking out the window and everybody's like running around frolicking outside having fun. That was me that day, so I just had to not be on Twitter. Regardless though, the event was pretty goddamn hyped up, and a lot of people went there. There were some pretty big YouTubers there, both in attendance in the audience as well as competing as boxers in the event. However, iDubbbz, the person who's organized this event, a few months ago, or not a few months ago, almost like 6 months ago at this point, put out a documentary where he visited somebody by the name of Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde was a guy who I feel like the only way I can explain Sam Hyde is just without people getting mad, because Sam Hyde fans are about the most vicious human beings, if you can call them that, on the internet. So I am just going to read his Wikipedia page, and that will give you, I hope, enough of an idea. Samuel Whitcomb Hyde is an American comedian, writer, performance artist, and actor. He co-created the sketch comedy group Million Dollar Extreme, or MDE, with Charles Carroll and Nick Rochefort. I assume that's how you pronounce it. Hyde is known for his involvement in several public pranks and internet hoaxes. His style of humor has been described as post-ironic, as he regularly blurs the distinction between himself and his characters. Hyde's transgressive style has also garnered public controversy, and he has frequently been associated with the alt-right, including for making monetary donations to the website The Daily Stormer's founder Andrew Anglin for his legal fees. So yeah, he donated to the founder of the Daily Stormer's legal fees. The Daily Stormer being the most well-known neo-Nazi alt-right publication in America, I don't know if it's actually American-based. Yeah, so he's like an extremely popular, ultra-edgy, but haha ironic, but he also donated to the founder of the Daily Stormer. Now, maybe there's some really haha funny context to that, and he did it for a meme. Yeah, this guy, he's garnered a lot of criticism from people on the left because he has a large far-right audience. For those that don't know, the Buffalo neo-Nazi shooter a couple days ago was a fan of Sam Hyde. Here, I'll go ahead and, for those of you guys that saw my coverage of the Buffalo Shooters Manifesto, he included this image of this photoshopped image, it would seem, of Sam Hyde. Wait, is that Photoshop? No, it's just his knee. Okay, never mind. They included this, the Buffalo shooter included this image of Sam Hyde in his manifesto, and said that was him, sort of playing into a very long-running joke among Sam Hyde fans to, take a picture of him and attempt to hoax his identity or somebody with his face onto the identity of someone who's done something horrible or been the victim of a disaster. Very similar to the type of thing people do with Wings of Redemption. The guy's no doubt, like genuinely, probably very far right, if not so ironically brain poisoned that he doesn't really care about the world, morals, or being a good person, and he's just doing it for the memes unironically, and he doesn't really care about the moral repercussions of any of his actions. It's all just jokes and memes to him, which I suppose it would be better than him being an actual Nazi. Anyway, iDubbbz, of all people, and you may think that iDubbbz, somebody who is quite known for his very edgy and controversial style and humor, would actually love someone like Sam Hyde and really get along with him. However, iDubbbz is more intrigued by Sam Hyde because iDubbbz's type of comedy always had this air of sincerity to it. When iDubbbz was making a joke that was genuinely a joke and wasn't meant to be taken seriously, you knew that. Like, if you weren't fucking stupid, you knew when iDubbbz was making a joke. And you knew when iDubbbz was being serious and genuinely ranting in a comedic way to express a genuine, sincere belief that he holds. The type of humor Sam Hyde engages in, though, is, I'm not even going to say ironic, but it's about 50-50 ironic and meant to make you uncomfortable. Have you ever, this is something that I had a friend who would do this to people, and it was genuinely very funny, but I guess this is the only way to explain the sort of make you feel uncomfortable humor that Sam Hyde likes to do. This is what my friend would do to people. He would look them dead in the eye and say, "Are you feeling it? Are you feeling me right now? Are you feeling me right now? Can you feel me? What are you talking about? You can't feel me right now? And just do that. Very inappropriate and very weird, but I mean, the idea is just to really confuse and fuck with people. You know, like if somebody walks up to you for no reason and starts doing something like that, you're gonna feel super uncomfortable, confused, and just weirded out. And that is the type of humor that Sam Hyde likes to do when he's doing the sort of make you uncomfortable kind of humor. He also does this really funny. Okay, this I like because I realized what it is. And it's so fucking like weird. He does a thing where he'll every once in a while just go, just for a second, he'll stick his tongue out, and I like to imagine he's like a snake, like how a snake sticks its tongue out to taste the air. I like to imagine that's what he's doing. He does that to sort of throw people off and mess with them. And he never breaks character. He's got several characters, but really they're all one character that is Sam Hyde. And he never breaks that character. Even people that he's, you know, that he spent long periods of time with have disclosed, like, he doesn't break character. He's just, he is a character, but he doesn't break it. Yeah, so iDubbbz was pretty intrigued by this guy and wanted to do a, you know, kind of a documentary on him, similar to how, you know, iDubbbz has obviously been doing a lot more documentary type content lately, and it's been doing really well. So he goes and he, you know, tries to do a documentary, and Sam Hyde does a prank on him. He sets up like this fake office with fake employees and a fake shaved-headed drug addict woman that hangs around their office, I guess. That's his girlfriend. She was an actor that was paid. Not an actor, but some chick they paid to pretend. But, you know, he goes in and, you know, iDubbbz is, like, concerned with what's going on here because it's just such a degenerate display that he's witnessing. And in the end, you know, it's all revealed that Sam Hyde was just trolling him. And I think that ended up being for the best because it led to iDubbbz being able to explain his fascination with Sam Hyde's humor way better than he could have if Sam Hyde had just behaved completely fairly and, you know, just normally while they were hanging out, you know, sincerely. And iDubbbz does this whole breakdown of post-ironic humor. It's very good. You should all go check it out. I really do recommend it. But obviously this led to Sam Hyde, in his trolling fashion, deciding to sort of, at least his fan base, it doesn't even really feel like Sam Hyde and like iDubbbz themselves are even really like part of this whole thing as much, but their fan bases, or I should mostly say Sam Hyde's fan base, which seems to outweigh iDubbbz's fan base at this point, believe it or not. Sam Hyde's fan base has basically developed this idea that iDubbbz is terrified of Sam Hyde, and that iDubbbz is a pussy for being terrified of engaging, quote. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Now they're asking that iDubbbz box Sam Hyde, but I guess before it was that, like, iDubbbz won't engage with him again, but Sam Hyde's whole thing is trolling. Why would he? I don't know. It's really bizarre. It seems like Sam Hyde fans are just really trying to find an excuse to go after iDubbbz because iDubbbz is a figure that was once seen as sort of like a haha edgelord, you know, kind of guy back during the golden days, you know, to these people. But nowadays, iDubbbz is a little bit more genuine, a little bit more sincere. He doesn't play into the super ultra edgy, you know, no personality, bargain bag, edgelord type of humor as much anymore. He's a little bit more creative with it, and I feel like a lot of those people are mad about it. I think a lot of it has to do with his political opinions that he expresses being way more left-wing now. I mean, look at Sam Hyde's audience. They're very, very right-wing. I'm not saying there aren't left-wing people among his audience. There certainly are, so if you're a Sam Hyde fan and you're left-wing and you watch this, not talking about you, but if you are one of those people, you should know better than anyone. Sam Hyde does have an issue with toxicity and far-right sentiment in his audience, and let's just say his history doesn't make me confident about his own political beliefs. Regardless, though, because of this perceived political motivations behind all of this, this has resulted in not just Sam Hyde fans who are maybe not as politically motivated or even care about politics to get involved in this, but also right-wing political figures to also jump on board in favor of Sam Hyde. That including our boy, the Quartering, our favorite grifter. So let's go ahead and start the video. We're watching at 1.5 speed because the Quartering is very slow, and you can tell by the fact this video is just under 10 minutes that he really tried to stretch it out to get as many mid-roll ads, just crammed in there as possible. So yeah, let's just hop right in. I gotta put my camera on the top right of the screen though. There we go. Nice.
Hello everyone, Jeremy here from the Quartering, and look, first and foremost, I think we all have our biases, and that in general, that's just fine as long as we're willing to admit it. So first and foremost, I don't know why I feel so strongly about it, but like YouTubers boxing or these these influencer boxing things are so dumb to me. Like I get like this like aggressive reaction to how stupid I think they are. But
I'll let him finish.
I understand that, for example, the Creator Clash was for charity. They sold 100,000 pay-per-view copies, which means it was like about
I wasn't wrong about it being for charity. That's pretty dope.
$2 million they raised for charity. It's hard to, I can say something's not for me, but also respect that, they raised the money. And, if you enjoyed the Creator Clash, good for you. If you had, creators that, maybe if I had creators that I was like emotionally invested in or that I liked, I would have maybe watched it. I guess Harley's pretty cool, but like, I didn't really even know any of these other ones. They're all very popular and whatever, but, couldn't care less about it. Couldn't care less about TikTokers boxing. Couldn't care less about Instagrammers boxing. Couldn't care less about Twitch streamers. I think it's all dumb. If I want to watch boxing, I want to watch
Well, hold on. The reason why the influencer boxing stuff, now normally I don't give a shit about it because it is creators that I don't care about. But in this case, the reason why I wanted to see it was one, because it would be an exciting event with content creators there that I wanted to meet and, pog out with and whatnot. But also because I don't care about boxing. There was one TikToker. Okay. I don't care about boxing as much as a sport. I mean, I guess it's cool. And if I'm going to watch boxing, I'd want to watch it in real life. Cause you're watching a fight happen in front of you. And that's way more exciting than just watching one on TV. Like if I'm going to watch a video of a fight, it's gotta be a street fight. And I've seen some pretty good street fight videos before as well. I saw a video the other day of this one guy who got like attacked by a mob of people in I think like a park or something, and it was like watching a scene out of John Wick. He starts like putting the cars in the parking lot between him and like this mob of 15 people, and he takes them out one by one, knocking each of them out in like one or two punches, like cold in the jaw, knocking them out cold. And he's like bobbing and weaving around the cars, like funneling them in so there's less coming at him at once, and he knocks like 7 of them out, and all the rest of them, like the 8 or 9 of them left, are like, all right, we give up. We're not going to win this. The Zerg strategy is not working. Anyway, no. The exciting thing about the boxing event, really, the reason why you want to watch something like that is because most of them aren't very experienced. So it's funny. And that's at least, like, some of them are, certainly. I didn't watch the event, but, and I already told you why, but, like, I'm sure some of them were experienced and there was some pretty good boxing going down, but I'm sure many of them were also like, boxing like beginners. It was probably kind of funny for people.
Not even pro, but at like mid-level, where people are still hungry but still skilled. That's good boxing. What you see nowadays is like Jake Paul, Floyd Mayweather garbage. Is just ridiculous schemes completely created to separate fools from their money. Like if you paid to watch Logan Paul and Floyd Mayweather fight, you should feel bad about it. That fight, these fights are never going to be real.
Okay, this guy shaming people who pay to support content is pretty hilarious, considering that this guy just shills and begs, and like this guy, I'm pretty sure we're coming up to the sponsored segment. I mean, these are his sponsors, I think here, right? Or no, I think these are I don't think these are sponsors. I think these are his other platforms, maybe. No, I think they are sponsors, right? These are sponsors, aren't they? Like this dude... Okay, dude. This dude literally spends the last quarter of his video shilling. It's his socials? Yeah, like he spends the last quarter of his video shilling. I don't know. Maybe I'm punching too low.
But with the Creator Clash, look, I happen to be a fan of Sam's work, Sam Hyde's work, his memes. I've interviewed him before on the Incredible Salt Mine podcast with Count Dankula. He was hilarious. I think most of his stuff is hilarious. I don't really buy into this thing where that he's like some evil right-wing crazy person. I just haven't.
Maybe there's like context to him donating for the legal fees to the Daily Stormer creator for his legal fees, the neo-Nazi publication. Maybe there's like context to that, and it was really just a haha funny meme or something. But yeah, it's just a joke, bro. Okay, I do love that though, because do you guys remember when Scott Cawthon, the guy who made Five Nights at Freddy's, when it came out that he donated like tens of thousands of dollars to anti-LGBT far-right politicians, including Trump's run, and people were criticizing him for it, and all of the Scott Cawthon simps were like spamming every left-wing channel, including mine, that criticized him. Like, no, he's allowed to have his opinions. It's not serious. It's just a donation. Why are you taking it so seriously? He's allowed to do with his money what he likes. He's not really homophobic just because he donated to, like, they'll make excuses for anything. Their daddy can literally donate to an anti-LGBT hate group, and they'll still claim he's not homophobic. They have to defend their daddy. The Morty voice, yeah, of course the fans sound like their fans sound like Morty, of course.
I don't really believe that. I believe he's an entertainer. I believe he's eccentric. I believe that some things that he does rub people the wrong way, but he's just being Sam Hyde, and he's just living his life the way he wants to live it, and so that's it. Well, he had actually trained one of the boxers from Epic Mealtime, Harley, and then purchased 5 front row tickets for $11,500 to the Creator Clash, only to find out that not only was he banned, but people were...
No, I don't think he was able to buy them. I bought 5 front row tickets and found out a few hours before the event that I was banned. So out about 11... Oh, no, he did... Wait, didn't he get his money back? Also, security was walking around with pictures of my face and bothering some people about wearing my shirts, and the cameraman were told to avoid entire sections of the crowd rocking my shit. Lol. And I'd still train iDubbbz for the revenge match if he apologized. Mercy and Grace high on the list nowadays. Just gotta ditch Yoko Ono. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Sam Hyde is also on board with the anti... so for those that don't know, a big part of why iDubbbz is now hated by like the edgelord red pill community now is because his girlfriend or fiance, I think, is a sex worker. Like, she started in OnlyFans, and so now all the red-pilled people felt super betrayed by him, and they hate him now. And I think that's where that's coming from. I think he's like, yeah, you gotta ditch your fiance, is what he's saying there. Yeah, it's the soy cock. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So basically, Sam Hyde's fans have taken to basically making it their personality for the last 4 or 5 months to troll or attempt to troll, or I guess pretend to troll iDubbbz. And so with this event, there was obviously like an awareness that Sam Hyde's probably going to try to show up and crash the party and do what Sam Hyde does, which is create a scene and potentially fuck up the event. That's the kind of thing that Sam Hyde would do. And his fans are even more likely to do it. Sam Hyde there's at least the likelihood of Sam Hyde not ruining the event because, like, maybe deep down he has some, like, beyond his character, he's got some respect, some respect for professional courtesy. Like, he wouldn't destroy this charity event, like, by causing, like, a massive scene and ruining it. But, like, his fans who try to emulate him and want to be him and do a poor job at emulating him, it would not surprise me if there was a little bit of concern about the people there wearing Sam Hyde shirts and whether or not they might be there for some nefarious reasons. I can understand why he was banned from the event. I hope he gets his money back, though. I didn't get my money back for buying... Because I bought tickets and wasn't able to go to the event. I didn't get my money back. But, I mean, hopefully, I guess he gets his money back. He spent $11.5K.
Not even allowed to wear his merch inside. Why?
Actually, wait, no. I hope he doesn't get his money back. The money went to charity. Wait, never mind. I hope he doesn't get it back. It went to charity.
Well, because iDubbbz is a little baby. Where did all this start? Well, it started way back, long before this. Actually, they have like a weird history long before this. But Sam Hyde releases a video called The Truth About iDubbbz. And he drops it way before iDubbbz releases his video on Sam. See, he got this in his head that he's a big duck.
Didn't Sam Hyde false strike iDubbbz's video on Sam Hyde, the original one? Or like back in the, because prior to the documentary, this is all fuzzy for me because this was like months and months ago, but prior to the documentary, there was already some beef between Sam Hyde and iDubbbz going in because Sam Hyde had like false copyright claimed or false striked a video of iDubbbz that belonged to iDubbbz. So like going in, I'm already like more inclined to be on iDubbbz's side, and I'm not like super biased in all of this. Like I don't really like. It's not. This isn't the kind of thing that I really spend much time putting emotional, energy into. But it feels like the quartering does.
Documentarian, and he did like his documentary on Full Force, which was decent, I think. After that, I don't remember the second one. I definitely didn't watch it, so I can't critique it. But like, fine. I get that he can't do what he used to do on YouTube, and people grow and they want to change their content. It's not what I want to watch iDubbbz for, and that's fine. Now, 3 months ago, he had set up this like big documentary to, in his mind, probably to like out the real Sam Hyde and get like pin him down. Well, unbeknownst to him, Sam Hyde had planned to basically gaslight iDubbbz the entire time. So they had this meeting where they were like, okay, once iDubbbz gets here, like he basically got memed on, and then he didn't like it, and now he's being salty about it. It's his event; he can ban whoever he wants, but he just still looks kind of weak. So you end up, they have this list.
But this is something to me that's like very interesting about these types of people. So when somebody online trolls you or fucks with you, the best response you can possibly have is to give them absolutely no attention or feedback. Ignore them, don't give them attention, don't give them what they want. And people like the quartering, in response to somebody on the left who complains about, say, right-wingers harassing LGBT people, someone like the quartering or the quartering himself would no doubt respond by saying, we'll just turn off the computer, just ignore them, it's the internet, just ignore them, right? And go on with their day. iDubbbz is doing just that. He's not giving him feedback. He like didn't let him go to the event because he knew he'd probably go there to try to start shit. And he isn't giving him like a public response or what he wants, which is like to have. He wants to be fed. So Sam Hyde's a troll and he wants to be fed. iDubbbz isn't doing that. And not only is Sam Hyde clearly frustrated that he's not getting the attention he wants, but Sam Hyde fans, or should I say right-wingers who are pretending to be Sam Hyde fans because they see this as a way to gain political points, that now I guess they're completely turning that around. And now, like, if you don't engage with trolls, you're a pussy now, I guess? How are you a pussy for not engaging with a troll? I'd understand if it was like Sam Hyde had some beef with iDubbbz and want to talk it out or debate or something, but that's not the case. Sam Hyde, as the public knows him, is not a real human being. He's a character. There's no reason to engage with. He's just trolling. It's like, why would he? I don't know. I don't understand their logic here, what their complaint is. It seems like what they want to do is find any excuse to get a little dunks on somebody they disagree with politically and pretend like it's not because they disagree politically. Brutus Magnuson, thanks for the $5 super chat, says slightly related. The right keeps on talking about free speech and social media platforms, but never ask why just a few companies control discourse. We should too. I mean, that's always been the case. That's the problem with capitalism, is that we've got, this very consolidated group of companies that own a lot of the the branched out sub companies that we recognize, right? Like if you go and you look at like the foods in your grocery store, you see so many brands and labels on them and you think, oh, these are all from different companies. But then you find out all those brands and companies are owned by like the same 4 mega companies. And so really like you're buying from 4 or 5 of the same 4 or 5 companies when you go to the grocery store most of the time.
They've all planned out before iDubbbz even gets there. That, women hate this one, extremely powerful roundhouse kick, all this stuff that they know would basically trigger him. He thinks that Sam's girlfriend, he's being mean to her, and he doesn't really know. He's the butt of the joke, essentially. And that's probably never happened to him before. And so he doesn't react very well. Then Sam kind of just, once Sam gets the footage he wants, he bails out. Because Sam didn't probably really want to do this documentary with him anyway. It was just not what he wanted to do. That's not who Sam is. And so they do this interview. They finally get this interview, the sit-down interview, and there's a moment where like iDubbbz realizes he's not in control, and where Sam reveals that like the whole thing is fake and the whole thing like was a setup.
Be serious? You want me to be serious?
Let's be serious.
If you want me to, okay.
Yeah.
It's less entertaining if I'm serious.
Oh, I totally disagree.
All right, fine. Yeah, what you said. If I'm like, I should need to make a funny video, let me make a Joe Rogan shout out. I'll do that. That's what I
Gotcha.
think.
Perfect. That's
There
good.
you go.
Yes.
You got it. You want to
Okay.
the mystery.
I'm curious about your relationship with Danny. Has she?
So essentially, like, that this is someone he paid to appear to be a junkie. iDubbbz is, maybe caught in a vulnerable moment.
So what actually happened that the quartering isn't revealing here is that Sam Hyde paid a woman to shave her head and pretend to be Sam Hyde's extremely drug-addicted girlfriend who has like clearly has severe mental problems. And the point of that was to make iDubbbz feel like he just walked into like some shit. He needs to call the police and have like the authorities come and deal with this. That was the point of the troll, right? Like to make iDubbbz feel as uncomfortable as possible. So I don't know why. That was the point of it. That's so low. Yeah, I mean, to be clear here, most normal human beings, that sounds hilarious. Yeah, the joke in of itself is like, I guess that's pretty funny. Yeah, it's hilarious or whatever. But like the aftermath of it is what's interesting to me. Like, haha, okay, the joke happened or whatever. Now it's all over with. But it feels almost like they didn't get the reaction they wanted from iDubbbz, which would be like being super offended and angry. He was just kind of like, it was just like all a meme, I guess. Okay, all right. I get, okay. And then he just ends up making the end of the documentary talking about like irony. But it feels like because they didn't get the angry reaction they wanted, they're all mad about it. And like they've had this persistent like desire to get his attention that just hasn't been met. And that's where this is all coming from.
In here.
Been on drugs since she met you?
She's been on drugs since before she met me. So if you're implying that I've driven her to drug use, you are incorrect.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's what I wanted to sort of get out of the way.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Have you tried to get her any help?
No, seeing as she's a girl I paid $500 to shave her head and pretend to be my girlfriend, no, I haven't tried to get her any help. Should you want me to try?
Wait, okay.
I don't know her that well. It's probably not my business to get her off drugs. Also, I think I told her to put her hand in your pocket and pretend to be on drugs.
And that's the moment.
Shut up.
You think? Are you serious? You think I would date a girl that has her
Oh
head?
yeah, he paid her to like. This was a bit weird. Like he was gonna get her to like stick her hand in iDubbbz's pocket and like, you know what I'm, right? Go do a little grab, do a little bit of a, just to fuck with him. That might be that. I think that's that might be going over the line from joke to groping. Did it go that far? I don't think so.
Hair shaved like that? You
Yes.
think I'm a fucking mental case?
Yes.
No, actually, I've known her for a long time. And,
This is so upsetting to me right now.
you think I would?
I believe he's being dead honest there. So, according to Sam, Dr. Mike, and I don't know who Brandon Buckingham is, to clarify, I bought 5 front row tickets and I found out a few hours before the event that I was banned. So I'm out $11,500. Also, security was walking around with pictures of my face and bothering some people about wearing my shirts. And the cameramen were told to avoid entire sections of the crowd because they were wearing Sam's gear. LOL. Also, I'd still train iDubbbz for the revenge match if he apologized. Mercy and Grace high on the list nowadays. Just got to ditch Yoko Ono. This is a reference to his girlfriend. I don't really like to, a lot of people had put a lot of blame on her. Look, he's a man, I guess, and he's making his own decisions and he seems happy with her. So whatever. I'm not gonna go down that road.
There we go.
But, so
at least the quartering isn't that much of a little cringe lord. He had to acknowledge it because he got to. But hey, rare quartering W. It's not asking much to ask a content creator to not be a weirdo about another content creator's relationships. Most other content creators in the quartering sphere have not met that bar. The quartering did though, and you know what? Normally I consider these types of videos to be punching down, but I consider this video to be punching just a little bit less down. Just a little bit less down today. We're punching. A little bit more respect for the quartering than I normally have. At least iDubbbz's fiance would never go out for pizza without him. True.
he tweets us out that Sam Hyde claims that IDubbbz banned him from the event and cost him $11,500. Should they pay him back? And this is the response from the creator class, which I'm sure is probably run by IDubbbz or somebody close to him. Refunds take 4 to 6 days to process. Prayer hands. Hope this helps anyone who refunded a ticket and are not sure how this process works. And then, I don't know, hand on head thing. What about travel and hotel expenses? You banned him for no apparent reason, and he planned a whole weekend around this event while you pretended to be his friend.
For no
Nicholas
reason?
Diorio writes, effing cringe. You have a lot of people in here like, give Sam his money back. Respect from the event went from 100 to 0 real quick. Just write him a check, you scumbags, and an apology. They didn't want, I know why they banned him, because, I mean, IDubbbz is baby.
The dick riding,
but
Jesus.
he also didn't want Sam to do
He bought a ticket to an event that he was banned from. And all these people are like so fucking mad. Jesus Christ. Have you ever seen so much dick riding in a Twitter thread in your life? Jesus. I like the no reason thing too. Listen, like I'm not even like this huge like IDubbbz fan or anything like that. It's just wild to me how much the people that are here like to simp for Sam Hyde they're such dick riders. Like only in these communities will you see such pro dick riding. Like you can't go on Pornhub and see like levels of dick riding that you're seeing here in this thread of tweets.
something that would ruin the event in his mind. I think if Sam would have got on in the ring or something like that and did something funny, it would have been even better for the event. But like, again, there's been no indication that he's getting his money back. I'm sure they will refund his money, but this is a new low for IDubbbz.
Wait, there's no indication he's going to get his money back? They said they do refunds.
They're really sending security around and not allowing his merch to appear on camera. I mean, that is a whole new level of cuckold. I hope you enjoyed this video.
The cameraman were told to avoid entire sections of the crowd rocking my shit. That sounds dubious. That's a dubious claim at best. Cuckold. Yeah, listen, guys. 2016 too. I've been saying it for a while now. I look at Reddit. I see Reddit, and I see you motherfuckers complaining about me saying we're going back to 2016. I saw the other day on Vash's subreddit, somebody had we'll cover that in a minute, actually. Somebody had made a thread about that, but like, I'm telling you guys, we're going back. It's 2016 too. I've been telling you. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment and you enjoyed me beating up the quartering on a intellectual level, please consider dropping a like both in the stream or the video when it goes out as a segment on its own. And of course, if you want to see more from me here on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. And if you haven't already, ring the bell icon next to the subscribe button and turn on all notifications so YouTube does actually tell you when I go live or upload a new video, because they won't do it otherwise. So make sure you've done that. Also, of course, if you want to see more from me on the internet, you can follow my social medias linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and fan Discord. And you can support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhal.com/live, or supporting me directly through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. Gamergate 2, Game Harder. Holy shit. We've got 522 viewers watching right now. You missed a few donations. I'll take a look. We got 522 people watching right now, and we're going to hop into the next segment in a moment. But first, I want to ask you guys to do me a favor. We got 297 likes in the stream. I think we can get up to 400 before the next segment. Can we get up to 400 before the next segment? I'm going to read donos and talk to you guys while I do it, but we are at 306 right now. If you guys can drop likes in the stream and get us up to 400 by the time we start the next segment, that would be enormously poggers. So poggers, in fact, that it might just get us up to 600 viewers, potentially. We'll see. Anyway, alrighty. Thank you for the likes, guys. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. This is also Zan, the creator of the Owl House, and her staff are getting harassed by a bunch of Phantom Menace shitheads Fandom Menace shitheads after the main character of the show kissed her girlfriend officially. No cutaway BS. Oh yeah, of course they're mad about that. I mean, they don't like any gay characters being and stuff. Thank you for the $5. By the way, if you guys donate to me directly, on the website or through Streamlabs, Stream Elements, whatever, then it goes here to this dono goal, which once we hit $300 on it, allows me to put on that Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. And yeah, wear it for the rest of the stream. I am pretty hungry, though. Maybe we can order some food after the next segment. Well, maybe I can get Lonnie to bring food. Click clack. The Rose Wrist and Destiny versus Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska video is up. How'd they do? How did Rose Wrist and Destiny do? I imagine Destiny did very well, and I know Rose Wrist is pretty smart, but I don't know how well Rose Wrist does debating. I've never seen them debate. Lonnie, give me some food. Post haste, wench. Jesus. They had a no-show. Nick didn't even show up. Really? Lonnie saves another show. We'll see. We'll see. She might not get me food. I'll have to find out. I might have to order Uber Eat or Postmates again. Am I gonna have enough in my account to get Postmates? Let's hope so. Destiny's getting bored of Gamergate 2.0 would probably be exciting to him. I don't really care if Destiny's bored with politics. Alright. Alright, how are we doing? How are we doing on the like count? 340. Come on, guys. I know what you guys are capable of. Like that goddamn stream. 60 away. Sorry. 51. My bad. 51 likes. 51. Oh. Hell yeah. Now we're 44. 44 away now. 42. 40. 40 more. Come on. 40 more likes. I know you guys got it in you. Come on. Come on. 31 more. Like the stream. Come on. 31 more. Rose is kind of a weak debater when it comes to Nazis. He wants good faith debates, but you just won't get that with Nazis. Oh, you have to be able to, like, with Nazi debates, you have to, like, meme on them. You can't just, like, debate them like normal. You gotta meme on them. 20 more. Come on. 20 more, and we move on to the next segment. Excuse me. Come on, guys. 383. It's slowed down. There's 494 people here. There are over 100 of you here. Not over 100, but there are nearly... Wait, actually, well, yeah, no. There's nearly 100 of you here who are slacking off and not liking the stream. Come on. Come on. There's 100 of you here who are being too lazy to like the stream. 100 of you. There it is. 405 likes. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. Let's go. Let's get to the next segment. All right. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? You guys know what to do. I've told you guys what to do. 3, 2, 1, action. So for a while now, I've been talking about the Nazgul vortex and how this sort of weird incestuous brainchild mix of like far right social beliefs and far left economic beliefs would lead to an influx of people who essentially want socialism or something approximating it, perhaps even communism, but only for the hegemonic white European whatever the fuck Nazis like to say. And it's, you know, it's become a real problem. The Buffalo mass shooter, the Nazi guy who wrote his manifesto and dropped it like what, a week ago, a few days ago at this point, was a Nazgul. He was. When you look at the economic policies he advocated for in his manifesto, and then his social, he was a Nazgul, not a Nazi. He wasn't like a free market capitalist or a state capitalist or anything like that. He was he was left wing in regards to his economic policies, far right socially. He was Nazgul, and this ideology has been getting more and more popular. I think a proponent of it would include Tucker Carlson. He kind of pushes for a very sort of soft Nazgul kind of ideology, it would seem. And, you know, really he shills for whatever's popular among Americans. And what that is right now is this empty, populist, you know, appealing to the average American's frustrations when it comes to race, sex, religion, etc., while also appealing to their economic desires. It's very dangerous. It's a very very unique form of far-right radicalization that's particularly dangerous because it has a grain of truth to it. Regardless, though, one proponent of this Nazgul vortex I've been worried about for so long now is an individual by the name of Brianna Joy Gray, who you probably would know by her history as the, I think she was the press secretary of Bernie Sanders' campaign. This is her. She's very stupid. She's just very, very stupid. Her political beliefs are just downright fucking awful. Which would surprise you considering her history being on Bernie Sanders' campaign. But she's just very fucking stupid. And she happened to fall in exactly where somebody like her, a Nazgul who can do nothing but appeal to empty populism, ought to be, which is Rising. Rising is where you send scumfuck pieces of shit like that. And that's where she is now. So we're going to go ahead and look at BJG's new segment on Rising. The Great Replacement Theory. Is Tucker right? This is Brianna Joy Gray's response to the Buffalo mass shooting, which will be to say, actually, the Great Replacement Theory is correct and the Buffalo shooter wasn't wrong, just like Tucker did. Now, of course, it's not going to outright be saying that. It's going to be dog whistling it, but yeah. Oh, look, Kim Iverson, yeah. Oh, of course, yeah, we got Kim Iverson, and I'm sure this guy's, I can, if this guy was a decade younger, he'd be a graper.
Brianna, what's on your radar?
Well, of course, as you all know by now, 10 people were murdered in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York by a self-described white supremacist who specifically sought out a predominantly black community and traveled 200 miles to kill black people. True. Among those killed were Roberta Drury, age 32, who loved Whitney Houston, Ruth Whitfield, 86, a devoted grandmother, Celestine Chaney, 65, a breast cancer survivor, and Andre McNeil, 53, who was at the supermarket picking up a cake for his 3-year-old son. Although some are trying to cast this homicidal event as just another murder in the context of a country that is always dealing with the consequences of having more guns than people, racism is not incidental to this story. In a lengthy document left by the killer, he explicitly lamented that because white populations on average have lower birth rates, that white people are making up a smaller and smaller proportion of the global and national population. To him, this is a problem. And his solution?
So at the beginning of any Rising segment, it usually starts off like, okay, this is all right, because she's reading a teleprompter. She's reading a teleprompter right now, and just sort of saying that, you know, just reciting what happened. It is going to go downhill quickly.
To kill black people with a gun on which he had written, "Here's your reparations." As you've likely heard by now, the idea that white Americans are threatened by demographic changes is known as the Great Replacement Theory. It's a narrative that first gained traction on explicitly white supremacist websites before being mainstreamed by conservative commentators. In the wake of the Buffalo massacre, Tucker Carlson has come under scrutiny as perhaps the most high-profile purveyor of this narrative. He, of course, does not advocate for physical violence against non-white populations or anyone. In fact, Tucker Carlson is fastidiously
Of course not. He would never, ever advocate for violence against any non-white or non-hegemonic, whatever the fuck, population that he likes. He would never do something like that.
Race neutral in his language, frequently adopting the famous colorblind quote from Martin Luther King and stressing that his interest is in protecting American culture and the American way of life. In fact, Fox News just tweeted this out on Monday. So what does Carlson say that has some liberals accusing him of culpability?
Man, what? I couldn't read that. That was on the screen for half a second. How do I do? What's Tucker Carlson sound like? The American way of life is mediocrity. Judge me by what I do, not by how I can't do it. Not by how I look, by the content of my character, not by the color of my skin. Tucker Carlson. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I like how they found the most smug possible picture of Tucker Carlson to put alongside a rephrasing of a quote by a socialist far left civil rights activist that would literally be rolling over in his grave at this white nationalist quoting him.
So what does Carlson say that has some liberals accusing him of culpability? Let's take a listen.
Now, I know that the left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement, if you suggest that the Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters from the third world. But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually.
More obedient voters from the third world. Okay, Tucker.
Let's just say it. That's true. Let's say that again for emphasis because it is the secret to the entire immigration debate. Demographic change is the key to the Democratic Party's political ambitions. In other words, you're being replaced and there's nothing you can do about it. So shut up. I mean, they're trying.
This is the great replacement that he's chilling right now, only instead of saying that a non-white majority is bad because they're non-white, he's saying it's bad because non-white immigrants tend to vote Democrat. It's just doing the great replacement, but saying, but it's not bad because they're brown.
Trying to change the population of the United States. And they hate it when you say that because it's true. Our country's being invaded by the rest of the world. I mean, to state unequivocally, the country's being stolen from American citizens as we watch. In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries.
Now,
legacy Americans. I love the wording.
Liberals interpret these statements about, America being stolen, etc., as dog whistles, as veiled references to a white way of life. But Tucker Carlson never says that explicitly. And the more liberals accuse him of
the left accuses Tucker Carlson of saying these things and them being dog whistles for so-and-so, but he never says so-and-so explicitly. Bitch, do you know what a dog whistle is? The point of a dog whistle is so that you never say it overtly. If he said any of these things overtly, he would be no longer the most influential political commentator in America within hours. Yeah, more obedient people, by the way. Yeah, that is, but in that, yeah, come on. Yeah. Yeah.
Broadly being racist without being able to articulate why what he said is wrong, the more Tucker gains credibility. And the more he entrenches his coveted victim status. He's primed his audience for exactly that type of "you're a racist" attack. Take a listen.
Quick programming note, as the debate over immigration has risen to the top of the news in recent weeks, a number of figures on the left have denounced this show as racist. It's notable that not a single one of them has offered any evidence to support that slur or even bothered.
So what this is something conservatives will do very, very often. They will say the left is constantly calling us racist, and they can provide absolutely no reason for using that slur. Yes, Tucker Carlson does consider racist to be a slur. Yes, he considers it to be a slur against white people. Yeah, he believes that racist is an anti-white slur. So yeah, that's who BJG is sticking her neck out for right now. No, this is something conservatives love to do all the time. They love to claim the left is calling them racist and has no actual evidence to go by. They don't engage with it though. Like Tucker Carlson isn't going to go debate Sam Cedar or Destiny. He's not going to engage with somebody who's got like a big fucking like folder of all the racist shit he said and answer for it. What do you expect? What he gets to do here is claim that what he gets to do here is spread racist propaganda, which I can, pretty obviously point to why it's racist and where it's racist, to an audience that is overwhelmingly just gobbling up all of the garbage he's spewing to them. And he can, meanwhile, while never ever engaging with his opponents, he can claim that his opponents are too afraid to engage with him. It's easy claps.
To rebut the arguments that we make every night. They just make loud noises about white supremacy and assume that's an argument. Of course, the rest of the media dutifully repeat that.
Tucker's right. Liberals have largely been unspecific about what their concerns are with the Great Replacement rhetoric. But I will be.
Liberals have been unspecific with what their concerns are with the Great Replacement rhetoric? I don't know. Maybe because it radicalizes people to committing violence against minority groups, like we've been saying since before even Charlottesville. People have been warning of this since before Charlottesville, since before the Christchurch shooting, and definitely since before the Buffalo shooter. Oh, before the Buffalo shooter, there was also the El Paso shooter, and before that, there was also the San Diego synagogue arsonist, who those guys wrote manifestos to talk about their far-right white nationalist Great Replacement reasonings as well in their online manifestos. No, the liberals and the left have been very vocal about the specific things they're concerned about when it comes to Tucker Carlson and the Great Replacement rhetoric for a while here.
Tucker claims that his problem with immigration is that it will fundamentally change the voter rolls of the country to benefit Democrats. This is an explicitly political argument, not a racial one, which is why the claims of racism fall flat. But there's no need to.
So there are two forms of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. There's the mask-on version and the mask-off version. The mask-on version is when you say the Democrats are bringing people into America from non-white countries that are more likely to vote Democrat in order to, enable a stronger political stronghold. That is their mask-on version of the Great Replacement theory. The actual, mask-off, what they talk about on 4chan and in the manifestos after they've shot up a synagogue Great Replacement theory is the Jews who control, this is what they believe, the Jews who they think control all of the media, of the, industry and government and whatnot in this country, are importing non-white immigrants here to America to outbreed them and to replace the population and destroy the white majority. That is the mask-off version of it. And she's just either she is playing into and part of, or just falling for the dog whistle.
Evoke racism to find some fault here. Take a listen to this.
Really? The worst attack on our democracy in 160 years? How about the Immigration Act of 1965? That law completely changed the composition of America's voter rolls purely to benefit the Democratic Party. That seems like kind of an assault on democracy, a permanent one. But no, that was a good thing because in the end it helped Joe Biden.
So in that clip,
how is this absolved, Tucker? Let's hear it.
Tucker Carlson argues that the Immigration Act of 1965 was the greatest attack on our democracy since the Civil War. So what was the Immigration Act of 1965? Well, it eliminated the national origins quota system. Before 1965, Southern and Eastern Europeans, Asians, and other non-Western European or Northern European groups were severely limited in their ability to immigrate to this country. The Immigration Act of 1965 undid earlier discriminatory immigration acts like the Chinese Exclusion Act that explicitly barred racial groups, not on any type of merit-based system, but because they were considered to be from culturally or racially inferior countries. Now, the immigration system that Tucker speaks about.
But he said it was bad because how did it benefit Biden or the Democratic Party? And two, Tucker Carlson said that was why it was bad. Was because it helped. Okay.
About nostalgically did get some big name approval from across the pond. One notable national leader said admiringly of our system, quote, "The American Union categorically refuses the immigration of physically unhealthy elements and simply excludes the immigration of certain races." End quote. It's a nice compliment, tarnished somewhat by the fact that it's a quote from Mein Kampf. Tucker expressly laments the end of an immigration system that established quotas based on the perceived unworthiness.
Jesus Christ, I wasn't listening for a second, and then I heard her say Mein Kampf, and I was like, what? Jesus. I was thinking about how much I wish I had a weed cart right now.
Of not just non-whites, but Italians, Eastern Europeans, as well as Asians and Africans. Now, Italians and other European groups were considered white prior to the 20th century, but if you think their inclusion on this list makes the list not racist, that's perfectly fine. But it is reflective of a bias that has nothing to do with American ideals, whether these groups share American values or whether they make good citizens. And that's what Tucker says he cares about, the rights of American citizens and the preservation of an American way of life. In the earlier clip, he complained that Democrats were replacing old voters with new voters on the voter rolls. But I'm a little confused about that because all voters are American, definitionally. Only Americans can vote. So we have to ask what makes the new Americans inferior in his eyes to the old Americans. Why are legacy Americans more equal than non-legacy Americans? What makes someone who
I wonder why.
Was worked hard and struggled through America's
American way of life, sound effect. Listen, these are all just dog whistles. It's all, yeah, the American way of life, preserve. Yeah, it's all about when these types of people talk about making America great again, which is sort of like the, you know, Trump's slogan is pretty indicative of the overall desire of the modern day right. What they're hearkening back to is this sort of like white picket fence classic, like 50s, 40s America, right? Back before Europe and the rest of the world started to recover from the effects of World War II, when America was extremely far ahead economically, and it seemed as though you know, anybody could just, with a high school diploma, you know, get a job that could allow them to support a wife, 2 kids, and have a 2-story 4-bedroom house, right? Like that was like the dream, right? And to a lot of like white conservative Americans, that is their dream. They miss that America. They hear about that America, the America that would have let them have that dream, right? And they miss it, and they want that America. I'm not accusing every single Trump supporter or conservative who believes in that "Make America Great Again" thing of being racist. That would be like pretty dishonest of me and reduction. Like you got to have a little more nuance than that. What I think is happening in a lot of cases are they think back to that age of America and they imagine a life that they wish they had, that you know, prosperous age of America, right? The problem is that age only really existed in America for white people. And not only is there a lot of racism and homophobia and whatnot in the, you know, in the right wing here in America, but also when you pick up a phrase like that, which for many right-wing voting Americans might just mean take us back to the American prosperity of economics or whatever, and that's what they're thinking when they vote Republican. For many Republican politicians and for many Republicans, when they hear "Make America Great Again," they aren't just thinking of that golden age in their mind. They also think of all of the racial injustice of that age as well, or the lack of ability for marginalized groups to make their voices heard. They miss the days when all the woke bullshit wasn't in their face, when all of the minorities were just quietly being oppressed and weren't really making a big deal about it. Maybe they aren't fully in favor of the oppression, but they certainly aren't in favor of there being a deal made over it. It really is just a shit show of apathy and political ideology. Here in this case, though, I think Brianna Joy Gray, she knows obviously Rising has a very large like Nazgul following. Like if you've watched like the Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball segments on Rising back in the day, you know that like the Hill TV's Rising show has garnered a very large like ultra mega populist Nazgul audience. Listen, if Sean Head watches it, you should be suspect of it. That's all I'm saying. All right. I like Sean Head, but if Sean Head likes a political figure, you should be sussed out right away, or a political outlet, you should be sussed out, and at the very least, be concerned for that political outlet. First and foremost. No, in all seriousness, though, Rising has incurred a massive like Nazgul, like ultra mega populist, Tucker Carlson fan-esque kind of audience, and it's obvious who Brianna is playing to right now.
His difficult immigration process, who has learned the presidents and state capitals and answers to questions that most.
I didn't say every single political figure Sean Head likes is bad. I just said that typically if you find out Sean Head likes a political figure, then you should probably be cautious when checking that person out. You know? That's all I'm saying.
Native-born Americans probably can't answer, less worthy of participating in a society than someone whose family came in, let's say, the great immigration wave of the early 20th century. What is it about their character that makes them a bad fit? Now, Tucker is right about something. The Democrats have hoped that changing demographics will inure to their political benefit. Pundits like Steve Phillips, author of...
So, changing demographics are only going to benefit the Democratic Party for as long as the Republican Party continues to advocate against those demographics. Like... I'm sorry, but like Hispanic American voters are so right-wing on so many of their positions outside of like the immigration stuff. In many cases, they are really right-wing on immigration. If the Republican Party dropped the racism, like, so much of the Hispanic American vote would go to them. Like, I would be willing to bet that, like, the most Mexican Americans coming to America, if the Republican Party was less, like, antagonistic towards them, they'd probably vote Republican. Like, the last, and this is from, like, 2016 or whatever, but, like, I remember the data showed that, like, I'm pretty sure most Mexican American immigrants were Catholic and anti-abortion, anti, like welfare state, so to say. Like they line up with Republicans in so many things, but it's like the Republicans went on the huge, like, anti, like build the wall, the Mexican, the evil Mexican South American, what was it called? What was the big, it's a word for a big group of people, caravan. Remember the big caravan that never showed up? The 5 billion person caravan or whatever? Yeah, like all that shit alienates that demographic. They might be voting Republican if it weren't for the racism.
Brown is the new white, how the demographic revolution has created a new American majority, have traipsed the political circuit for years making this argument. And I hate it. In my view, people like Phillips are part of the rot at the center of the Democratic Party. They are responsible in significant part for its failures and are culpable in part for the rise of replacement theory. In a 2018 article...
Wait, the liberals are responsible for the rise of the Great Replacement theory? Okay.
At The Intercept, I criticized Phillips.
By the way, guys, people, okay, any lefty, quote unquote, who finds an excuse to blame everything, even the problems with Nazis and the far right, on liberals, is a Nazgul and should not be trusted. I'm sorry. But, like, lefties who, like, the more a leftist hates liberals, the more their brain rots away. It's true. There's a very, very important middle ground balance of liberal hatred and acceptance that liberals are still the ally you have to sit on. Like, if you're too far in one direction, you're basically a liberal. If you're too far in the other direction, you start to become a fucking populist, like Brianna Joy Gray. I'm sorry, but every single lefty who I've seen that has found an excuse to blame liberals for the faults of the right ended up being a Nazgul or a Nazi themselves. Key example, Haas. The Haas infrared guy was, like, grifting as a communist for a while. Now he's doing the far right grift. I think he's buddies with Jackson Hinkle and, like, the far right figures and whatnot now. And now he's, like, identifies as far right. Like, yeah, literally all of the people who like, he's friends with Jackson Hinkle. He's like, or not Jackson Hinkle, with no, he's friends with Hake now. He's friends with Hake. Yeah, he's all friendly with Hake and all those people. Not Jackson Hinkle he's been friends with for a while. Hinkle's like Nazgul as well. Yeah, he's friends with Hake, the Jesse Lee Peterson guy. Yeah, like they're like these people are always lying about their political beliefs. They're always like the ultra populist shit always leads to the Nazgul far right bullshit. Always.
For arguing that America's growing non-white population is key to the Democratic Party's success, and that, quote, Democrats should not waste money appealing to white swing voters. The Democratic Party is useless today in part because it's been following Phillips' advice. For years now, the party has completely abandoned any effort to persuade voters of any race to pass the policies they actually want, or even to speak with him with a modicum of respect.
Wait, that's really weird because she just said two different things. The book that she was citing said the Democratic Party has forsaken the desires of white voters in exchange for the desires of brown voters. And then Brianna Joy Gray said that book is correct. The Democratic Party today doesn't appeal to any voter group of any demographic. Wait, but that's not what the book said. The book said the Democratic Party has forsaken white people. And you're saying, yeah, the book's right. The Democratic Party's forsaken everybody. Okay.
Part of the reason is that advisors like Phillips, a senior advisor at top liberal think tank Center for American Progress, believe that white votes are a deplorable lost cause. And non-white voters, they think, will inevitably vote for Democrats, no matter how much the Democratic Party abuses them. Remember when Joe Biden told black voters in 2020
I will say, this is a problem with the Democratic Party. The expectation that non-white voters will just automatically vote for the Democratic Party is not true and is an aspect of modern liberal political strategy that I'm not a big fan of. That I'll agree with.
That if they didn't vote for him, they ain't black. That was just the Democrats saying out loud what so many of them believe, that non-white votes belong to them. They don't need to be earned.
Also, that was probably a gaffe from Biden. I don't believe that he actually meant that black people who don't vote for him aren't black. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that was probably Biden's melting brain and not Biden literally saying black people who don't vote for him aren't black. But it did make for a fantastic meme.
But they were wrong. As I wrote back then, though much is made of the browning of America, the country is still 70% white, and electoral strategies that are wholly dismissive of that population set themselves at an unnecessary disadvantage. America's browning is largely attributed to the fact that Hispanics constitute the largest growing ethnic group in the country, but a majority of Hispanics identify as white, and 1/3 continue to support Donald Trump.
Yeah, as I said before, if it weren't for the Republican Party's racism, they'd be like Hispanic Americans would be corralling to Trump and the Republican Party. Dude, I'm sorry. Maybe you haven't met a lot of Hispanic families, but they're very conservative. They're like, in most cases, more conservative than the average American white family. I would be willing to bet the average Hispanic, non-white Hispanic family is more conservative on most policy issues than she said it. Well, I don't know if it's more conservative than most white Americans, but I'm willing to bet that the average non-white Hispanic immigrant American on policy issues falls more right-wing, more traditional, etc., than the average white American family. Because, as far as I can tell, at least it seems, particularly Mexican American families, especially first generation, tend to be more traditional and way more together, way more familial, I guess. That's been my experience, at least. Haas might actually be an asset. He's a lolcow who is a gift to the left. Yeah, Haas's existence and being on the right and doing what he does makes us look good, so I guess you can't really complain.
The irony is that Phyllis's theory hasn't borne out. Democrats have so totally abandoned the working class, voters of all colors, that growing numbers of non-whites are looking for alternatives. Among Congress members, Republicans are the more vocal anti-interventionists right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is out here outflanking squad members on the absurdity of giving aid to Ukraine, while American
Marjorie Taylor Greene is outflanking the squad. Okay. Jewish space lasers lady.
Baby starved. And Latinos are an important part of the Republican base. Now, this reality undermines Tucker's argument. Although he's right that Democrats hoped immigration changes would help them politically, they haven't. Not really.
Remember, guys, back in 2016, the way that the right gained as much prominence as it did in the first place was by making their opinions look as though they weren't right-wing. You guys remember that, right? The way the right gained its initial biggest foothold during the Gamergate era was convincing an entire, an entire population of people online that these ideas weren't even super right-wing or political to begin with. Perhaps even that these ideas were left-wing. Do you remember the trend of saying that Trump was more left-wing than Hillary? That fake quote that would be shared around of Trump saying, "Yeah, if I ever ran, I'd run as a Republican because they're so stupid. They'd vote for me, and I'd basically be a Democrat." That fake quote that never actually happened, that ended up spreading across the internet like wildfire, and people believed it in droves. Left-wing people believed it in droves, thinking that Trump was actually more left-wing than Hillary. This is the kind of shit they're trying to pull here.
Not as much as people thought. Tucker doesn't have a strong electoral argument against immigrant populations who, on the whole, are more politically conservative and more religious than native-born Americans. And a slight liberal bias among first-generation immigrants disappears after a generation or two. They're ripe for Republican picking. And without the electoral case against immigration, I think it's fair to ask a hypothetical, as Tucker often does. What could be motivating him to see immigration as such an existential threat?
I don't know.
Whose existence is really imperiled right now? The white American lifespan is declining right now for the first time in American history. The opioid pandemic is a scourge made worse by the COVID pandemic and the lack of universal health care. Wages haven't kept up with inflation, and both corporate parties are aligned against raising the minimum wage, even though we haven't had a minimum wage raise for the longest period in American history. And even though Americans have
raising the minimum wage is not a Thanos snap solution to even a fraction of the problems that lefties have with modern American politics. Raising the minimum wage is it's not that easy of a solution.
Never worked harder for less. When Carlson focuses his ire on corruption by elites, he's right on the nose. But the fact that he fully understands that it's elite capture that's causing so many Americans to hurt right now makes it difficult for me to understand how he thinks that—
Is raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour even that popular of a policy right now? How popular is that among Americans? How popular is $15 an hour minimum wage in America? I'm actually curious. Most Americans support a $15 federal minimum wage. Let's see. 62% of Americans support a $15 federal minimum wage. That's a majority. Most opponents want a more modest increase. Oh, okay. Wait. Among 38% who oppose raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, percent say— wait, what percent though? But, oh, 71%. 71% of the 38% that oppose say the minimum wage should be increased, but to less than $15 an hour. Well, that's— I get— that's not even the— okay. And then in favor is 62%. Okay, dope. Nice. 15 is still too low. The issue with— okay, the reason why it's dumb to just raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour is because in some areas it solves the problem, and in some areas it doesn't, right? Like where I live right now, I don't think I could live my current lifestyle on $15 an hour. My rent alone is $20,000 a year, and my food costs for me, my girlfriend, my cat are probably like, I'd ballpark $1,000 to $1,500 a month, $1,200 a month on average, and that's not even counting the rest of the bills. Like here in Southern California, $15 a month would have me living in a box on the side of the road, making, you know, enough to at least buy food, you know, and whatnot, and food and clothes. There are no apartments you can afford for $15 a month in my area right now. I've looked. I've been looking for a cheaper place because this place is so fucking expensive. I can't afford it. Like I'm always broke. I'm so fucking broke because my rent and bills drain all of my income. And I've looked for cheaper places. They just don't exist out here. $15 minimum wage isn't enough in some places. It seems like the best way to deal with the minimum wage problem is to enact policies that basically scale the minimum wage to living cost in an area, right? Like bumfuck Kansas, where you can get a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment for $800 a month pre-pandemic. It probably wouldn't be as necessary to raise minimum wage to $15 an hour. You're just going to bankrupt the economy in that area. But like in a place like California, maybe like LA, maybe the local minimum wage can be higher, and maybe policies for businesses to be supplemented if they can't afford to pay that minimum wage higher by the government, state or federal, can be done. I don't know. It just seems like a more nuanced and way more complicated policy is what has to be implemented in order to solve that problem. Just saying minimum wage is $15 a month or $15 an hour now doesn't. And you know what it also doesn't fix? All of the homeless people that live in my city that couldn't go out and get a job right now if they tried their fucking hardest. I talked about this on stream yesterday, but I was on a bike ride and there was this lady. I like stopped and I took a drink, and there was this lady, homeless lady, walking down the street in like basically in rags, like screaming to herself like shut up, like angrily. And like she's clearly having some kind of mental episode, and it's like our society has failed this woman. And there are millions, I think, of homeless people in situations just like hers, and upping minimum wage doesn't solve her problem. She's not on welfare, and she's not able to go get a job interview. Like she can't go get a job interview. Other policies need to be implemented to solve that problem as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, but it gives more money to welfare by raising it. That is true. Yeah. When you raise, well, the more, okay. So the idea behind it, the theory behind it is the more money you put into welfare, the more people that can work, and have access to jobs and actually pay into welfare, the more money there is to pay for it with. So social programs do tend to pay for themselves as long as they're implemented properly. America hasn't had the best track record when it comes to implementing social safety net systems.
That a relatively small and powerless immigrant group deserves as much focus as the billionaires stalling our wages, poisoning our baby food, and ruining the country. And focusing on small, powerless individuals rather than big corporations in control is dangerous. Literally. We need to be clear about what people like the Buffalo shooter are talking about when he talks about the Great Replacement. They're not just talking about the natural immigration and population trends that have existed since the first immigrants walked out of East Africa. To replace something is to put something new in the place of something old. It implies the old thing is gotten rid of, not simply added to. The threat suggested by Great Replacement isn't just low white birth rates or average immigration rates. It's something more pernicious, something akin to white genocide. And in fact, the Buffalo murderer describes the declining birth rate as, quote, mass genocide. And genocide is defined as the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group.
Please do not defend the replacement part of this. Is she going to find a way to say, well, actually, Tucker's right about the replacement part? Is she going to find an excuse to, like, take Tucker's side on all of it? I hope she, at the very least, like, on one of these 3 points, takes a reasonable position.
That's not what immigrants do. That's what the Buffalo shooter did. He hunted down black people so they could be replaced with so-called legacy Americans, a term I find kind of funny given that few communities have as deep historical roots in America as black Americans. After all, the Atlantic slave trade was abolished in 1808, meaning that the American descendants of slaves arrived here sometime before then.
She's being based so far.
We predate the huge wave of European immigrants that arrived in this country between 1880 and 1920. 20 million immigrants arrived during those 40 years, nearly double the number of Africans forcibly enslaved and sold into bondage in the Americas over the span of 400 years. At this country's founding, black Americans constituted 20% of the population and comprised 16.5% after the Civil War. But that didn't last long. By 1920, at the end of the great wave of European immigration, the original racial fabric of this country had changed. The legacy Americans, black Americans, had largely been replaced. Now, I'm not sincerely arguing for a black version of replacement theory. I'm drawing this historical analogy to make a point.
Wait, but that's not how it works there either. In neither of these cases was it necessarily replacement. So, okay, there are two possible scenarios in which replacement can take place. Replacement can take place when an immigrant or a new person is born as a person who previously existed in that nation. An immigrant comes to the country or a new person is born of a certain demographic who, as somebody from another demographic, dies. So essentially, effectively, that person's been replaced. The thing is, some white person doesn't die every single time an immigrant comes to America or a non-white baby is born in America. That's not how it works. The argument being made is that white birth rates are lower than non-white birth rates in America, so non-white babies are being born at a faster rate than white babies are being born, and so as white people die, then there will be more brown people. Now, that's on its own not even a bad thing. They try to make it sound... She's on Rising now? Yeah, of course. They make it sound, like, really scary and bad, but, like, It's not, though. It's just people living their lives. The reason for why white birth rates have dropped, though, that is cause for concern. It seems, though, that the most likely cause for that right now is a mix of millennials not wanting to have kids, and millennials specifically seem to be the cause of it, white millennials not wanting to have kids, and the main cause of that is a mix of things. Most of it tends to be poverty. It seems like poverty has led to a number of things. One is depression. Legitimately, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, besides like Zoomers, aren't millennials like the most depressed generation as far as we've like known? Like the most issues with insomnia, depression, suicidal ideation, suicide, stuff like that. Like, it seems like that's like millennials and Gen Z, like the newer the generation, the higher the rates of depression, suicide, etc., it seems. And a lot of that seems to stem from the fact that, economically speaking, America, and I am speaking about America here broadly because I'm American, is getting less and less easy to live in. Like, legitimately, right now, like, maybe it's just me, but like my mom had it pretty tough compared to her mom, but she didn't have to, when she was raising me, the chicken breast that she was buying at the grocery store was probably $3 cheaper than it is right now with all this fucking inflation and COVID and everything that's been happening. Things have just been getting progressively tougher economically, it seems, and that's led to depression, literally. And it seems like, I think we've been seeing like the data coming out about how millennials are not dating as much and they're not like having as much sex. Kind of makes sense when you consider that. And even millennials that are in relationships and, millennial age right now is like the age you'd be expecting to be having the most kids and be buying houses and starting families. That demographic right now, even when they're in relationships, aren't choosing to have kids. They don't have the money for it. Or even if they do, they're scared that something's going to happen and they're not going to have the money for it anymore. Even though the middle class is shrinking, if you're middle class in America, that doesn't mean you're comfortable economically. When you're middle class in America, that still means you're an emergency or two away from bankruptcy, essentially. So you may still not want to have kids just because let's just focus on careers and so we can actually retire. Maybe they want to retire instead. For many Americans, for many American couples, if you're like a millennial and you're in that age and you're like thinking about starting a family, you might have two options on the table for you right now. Have kids and start a family, or retire before you die. Many millennials are now choosing the no kids and have enough money to retire before I die route because work fucking sucks and they'd rather be able to save up as much money as possible and reach financial stability so they can retire and stop working instead of having kids and continue to work so they can support a family. That is why white birth rates are going down. And then you may ask, why are non-white birth rates up then? Well, look at the economic situation. Non-white families aren't having kids because they don't have the economic confidence to have kids. Non-white families in America, it would seem, specifically like Black and Hispanic families in America, are having more kids because, yes, they may have less money demographically, but they also don't have enough money for access to contraception. Not nearly at the rate that like white people in America do. Or to access to proper sex education, or access to the proper facilities to engage in safe sex. It's less likely to result in pregnancy. And less likely to be able to have a family that's going to be able to support them when they do get pregnant. Thus, resulting in a continuous cycle.
Point. The idea that rapidly changing demographics can politically disadvantage a population is nothing new, nor is the idea that some white Americans are so threatened by changing demographics that they feel empowered to murder blacks, Jews, Latinos, Asians, and Native Americans. Elites in this country have always understood that the best way to distract the public from their looting of wages and public wealth is to pit people against each other, to divide them up by their differences. Mainstream news pundits on both Fox and MSNBC would like to use racial strife as a deflection from core economic issues that hurt working people of all ethnic and national origins.
So now what she's going to say is that it's actually the left and the right that are dragging our attention towards race and she's not, I don't know if she's going to say it, but id poll, when what we really need to focus are the economic issues. The reason why she's doing this is to give freedom to white supremacists and those on the far right that are obsessed with these, with id poll, a pass while telling her audience, it's all good. They aren't the concern. Actually, it's the Democrats who aren't making the minimum wage $15 an hour that are a real concern. Don't pay attention to the literal neo-Nazi epidemic that's rising in the country. It's the Democrats, and they're not making the minimum wage $15 an hour that's causing the Buffalo shooting to happen.
That's why it's less important to focus on whether Tucker can be blamed for what happened in Buffalo and focus more on why there has been a proliferation of hateful rhetoric that makes working Americans see other powerless Americans as the source of their troubles. So much so that some folks resort to murder. We can't let this discourse replace important conversations about how we make this country live up to its ideals.
I see what she did there.
For all Americans together. And so I know that's a lot, but the point I just really wanted to make was that the conversation about Tucker, I think, is a little bit of a distraction from what the broader conversation about great replacement is doing and how much focus is being put on immigrants and immigration and the way that hasn't gotten enough scrutiny.
Yeah, I think the best way to stop the right from talking about the great replacement theory is just to point out what several of the things you pointed out in this raid are, which is that it is not true that bringing in a lot of immigrant voters necessarily harms the GOP. As you pointed out, a lot of Hispanic voters, actually, especially second generation, end up having conservative views. The Republican Party is recasting itself as a party for working class people, not just for white working class people, but for working class.
No, it's not. No, the Republican Party is getting more and more radical and more on like the racialized and more like straight white cis het like whatever pro that than it's been in a while. You know, it's gotten more on that shit. Like the Republican Party is. I'm not sure if it's becoming the Noswell Party just yet. We'll see.
Class people, and it is gaining regard among a lot of categories of workers and ethnic groups. And Trump did really.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This guy looks like a. I don't mean to be rude. I don't know who this guy is. Maybe he's like left wing and he's super cool or whatever. But he looks like a synthezoid. He looks like some sort of like robot in a human skin suit. There's just something wrong about him that doesn't seem right. He seems like he's been programmed. You know, he doesn't seem like a real human. I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
Well in southern Texas, in Florida with specific immigrant groups. You know, the most hostile people to the GOP agenda are affluent white people in this country. So
legacy Americans.
Right. So that's true. And Tucker knows that because he rails against a lot of the college campus type people, some of the people I criticize a lot. So that's I think that's there are many knocks against the great replacement theory, but that
I do love the idea that like it's actually the affluent white people that vote left that are yeah. Jesus. A synth from Fallout? Yeah, we'll see. In 1,000 years, we'll see if if he looks like that one synth investigator guy from Fallout 4. Why does he talk in the same Fox News cadence? I think it's because when it comes to news political commentary and you're a guy, this is like how how you're supposed to talk. It's just that's like the TV presentation voice. This is how, like, I don't know, I'm a streamer. I can talk and behave and do whatever I want as long as it's entertaining enough for people to watch me and pay me enough to do this again tomorrow. But like when you're on TV, I guess there's a very certain mannerism set you have to fall into.
I think that should be the one that hopefully would persuade the GOP that it can win with immigrants. It's doing it.
It's doing it.
Well, I think immigration is always just going to be a hot button political topic. So I don't know if there's any getting rid of it, if there's any getting rid of railing against it. One group is going to rail against it, or the other group is going to because they view it as as being used as a way. I mean, not to use the term great replacement, but certainly they see it as a threat, as a political threat, saying, well, the other political party is trying to import in people that are aligned with them. And I think that argument is as old as time. I don't think that is new to Tucker Carlson or new to the climate that we're in right now politically. And if it weren't immigration, it would be something else, and it is other things. Right?
Kim Iverson is right wing, by the way.
Right? I mean, we're seeing constantly this pointing the finger, as you mentioned, Brianna, not focusing on the real issues that are causing the strife in middle-class America, the stuff that's actually harming.
What I love about this type of content, and I think this is where we can leave it off because there's not really going to be anything of substance in the last couple of minutes or last minute of this video. Notice what they're saying here is it's really like the most vapid and empty attempts to appeal to the like average American, quote unquote, right? Like they never really. The only actual example of a policy to help the American people that was brought up in this entire segment, supposedly a policy to help the American people if the Democrats won't pass, is raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And that alone isn't even like a great policy. That alone isn't even like a very good policy to be advocating for in the first place if you're trying to solve the issue of, people not having a living wage. The rest of it is all just vague, like, oh, the things that the Americans want, they aren't doing it. Am I right, average American viewer? Keep on watching us. We want what you want. We're not, we want what the average American viewer wants, and it's the Democrats aren't doing it. Like, I don't know, it just feels so empty. Like, they just keep saying that over and over again, like it's an attempt to grab the appeal of the disenfranchised average American, I don't know. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. If you're watching live, you can also like the stream. That's always appreciated. And drop a like if you're watching after the fact when it goes up as its own video. And of course, if you want to see more from me here on YouTube, make sure to drop a subscription and ring that bell icon next to the sub button if you haven't already, so YouTube does actually tell you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me on the internet, you can follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and fan Discord. And if you want to if you want to support me financially, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhal.com/ twitch.tv/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Whew. All right. There we go. Lonnie is getting some food and grabbing me a new vape cartridge. Pro one-handed typing? Hell yeah. Yeah, I am. Okay. Come for the eye candy, stay for the content. Thank you, the Dark Canuck. The timestamp is almost done. JBZ02, timestamp. Are you the timestamp god? Are you timestamping this stream? I always wondered how those timestampers do it. I assume they watch the stream live and write down things as they happen, or they watch it on like 2x speed, you know? It's a pain in the ass though. Respect to the people that like watch an 8-hour stream and timestamp everything. Good lord. He's just venting. That new vape pen? It's a nicotine vape. If you want to know what kind it is, it's a, this is the packaging it comes in. If you want to know what, like if you go into a gas station or a vape store and you want to get what I've got, this is what I'm vaping. It's cool mint. It's my unopened one I have right here. Okay, so I have 2 propositions for you guys, okay? So here's the thing. I like Terraria. Terraria is fun, and the idea was that we would cover the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial while playing Terraria. However, I am playing through Terraria with Balthazar, so it can make it hard to react to a video and like cover something live while playing a game with someone. So I'm gonna give you guys an option here. And I'm gonna let you guys vote, and we'll do whatever you guys vote for. So either, while doing the Amber Heard Johnny Depp coverage stuff, I can play classic World of Warcraft The Burning Crusade on my max level warrior. I've got some grinding to do on it, so I can get better gear for running dungeons and stuff and raids. And that can be the background while we do the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, or it can be Terraria, which will be much harder for me to manage. That is for you guys to decide, though, because I've been grinding WoW off stream. That is for you guys to decide, though. I will let you guys vote. If someone could do make a poll. Let's see which wins. Seems like WoW's winning. That's a pleasant surprise. I do like grinding on WoW. After the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, there's still the possibility of us going to Terraria and playing it with Balth still, so it's not like Terraria is off the table for today just because WoW won. Keep that in mind. Like, just because there's only like so long we can do the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff while we do WoW, and then we'll go to Terraria. So like, because I've only been live for 2 hours, and I plan to stream for probably 8 hours today. So you've still got 6 hours of stream left. So I'd say like 3 hours that can be WoW, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and 3 hours that can be Terraria with Balthazar. That'd probably be a good split. Music feels loud? Yeah, it is. Sorry. My bad. Wait, do any of you guys in chat happen to play classic WoW Burning Crusade? And if so, what if I managed to get you guys on here and like actually have... If one of you is already on the same server as me, playing Alliance, and like we could meet up, that would be amazing. But like, if you guys had WoW or had Classic WoW and made characters to play on the same server as me, that would be dope. Because I play this server. This is the server I'm on, and I play Classic WoW. If you want to be on the server the same as me and like even get in the same guild as me and raid with me and stuff, I'm down for it. I've been recognized in WoW before. Never in Classic, though. I've only been recognized in retail WoW doing, like, random dungeon queues. Like, when you do, like, looking for dungeon, and I'd queue into random dungeons to, like, fast-level random characters with my heirloom armor, because I just wanted level ults on retail. And 3 or 4 times in random, like, LFD dungeons, I've run into fans that were like, wait, are you the real Xanderhal? And I'd tweet, I just got recognized in WoW, and I'd tell the person, go check my Twitter. And they'd go check my Twitter, and I'd come back like, no fucking way, it's you! That's always, if I ever tweet, someone just recognized me in a video game, that's why I did it. It's so that I can tell them go check my Twitter, and let them know it's the real me. It's happened quite a few times. It's always so, dude, my heart just fucking flutters in moments like that. Because it's like, I'm getting recognized by strangers in a video game. Is WoW expensive? No. Classic WoW, to play Classic WoW Burning Crusade is literally only $15 a month. And you can just do $15 to try it for a month, or just do the trial. Or no, you have to have 1 month of a subscription. Like, you have to have at least 1 month of a sub to play Classic, but you don't have to buy the most recent expansion or anything. Like, in WoW, normally, you have to pay $60 for the most recent expansion, then $15 a month for the subscription. With Classic, which is what I play, you just pay the $15 subscription. And this is my character. I'm a level 70 Fury Warrior, and I'm a human. I'm on the server Pagel. I'm actually going to move my camera so you can actually see. So for any WoW Classic TBC players in here who want to get on this server and play with me, I am on Alliance on US Pagel. And this is my my level 70 warrior. I've almost got all of my pre-raid BIS. Best in slot is what that means. Basically, when you play WoW, a lot of what you're doing is to get gear. Gear, gear, better gear, stronger gear, more powerful gear. Best in slot is like the best available gear for the slot it's put into at that time. So I currently have my Fell Edge battle axes, which are best in slot pre-raid for me. I've never raided in WoW before, so I'm trying to get my pre-raid BIS all set up so that I can do that. I've got my Fell Leather pants and Fell Leather boots, which are both BIS. I've got my Cobra Scale gloves, which is BIS. I've got the... I forget what the shoulders are, but that's BIS as well. That's pre-raid BIS as well. The chest plate isn't BIS. The helmet isn't BIS. My rings, necklaces, and trinkets are not BIS either. That is what I still need to work on. And most of that stuff has to be gotten through one PvP. I have to do PvP and get badges to buy the chest plate that I need. And the helmet, I'm probably going to have to run heroic dungeons to get. And the jewelry and trinkets, I'm going to have to get by running heroic dungeons for the badges or whatever, the badges of honor, and turning them in Shatrath. So, we're going to be playing WoW, but while I'm playing WoW, we're going to be doing a live sort of reaction, I guess, to... Actually, here's what I'm going to do with my screen while we do WoW. I'm going to put myself in the... For WoW, I think it's probably best to be perfectly in, like, vertical. Center vertical. Yeah, right there. I feel like that's where we want it for WoW. Perfectly vertically centered, so I'm not covering up the map or anything. Let me turn the volume up for the game a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Or not the game, the thing. There we go. I'm gonna hop into the game, and then we're gonna start the legal video about... Actually, we'll start it right away. Wait, okay. Chat. Here's what I will do. The first thing I'm going to do in WoW is I'm going to join, and I'm going to play for a little bit, and I'm going to go to Stormwind after a hot minute, and I'm going to stand in a specific spot in Stormwind. And if anybody who plays WoW and has decided to join the server wants to come to me, I will give them 10 gold to help them level. Every Xanderhal fan that comes to me in Stormwind when I go there in a little bit, that's joined the server and wants to play on the server and play some WoW with me, I will give you 10 gold for you and your leveling to start off with. If you don't know how much that is an absurd amount of gold to start off with as level 1 in Classic WoW. That'll let you buy your bags, that will let you get like vendor armor and weapons that'll help you with your leveling for a while. You'll be able to buy consumables and stuff. It'll make your journey a lot easier. So if you want to join Classic WoW, you want to play on my server, it's US Pagle, Pagle, on Alliance. What do you think of Sylvanas? I would let her crush my throat, and I would do anything to clap her cheeks. Okay, now, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and start up the Legal video about Johnny Depp Amber Heard, and we're going to get into it. All right. This is also going to count as a segment. All right. You guys know what to do when I say action. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I gotta be honest with you guys. This Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff has been bothering me for a while. When it first started to like unfold and the trial first started and just YouTube was getting flooded with videos of the trial and about the trial, I did pay a bit of attention and look into it. And it became very obvious to me that regardless of what your opinion is of the trial itself, whether you think that Johnny Depp's in the right, Amber Heard's in the right, whether both or either of them are in the wrong, it doesn't matter. Something that is happening, that is objectively happening, is that the right and right-wing political pundits are using this situation as ammo against the Me Too movement. And just generally as a way to stoke misogyny. Not all of the anti-Amber Heard sentiment is as honest and good faith as I don't believe Amber Heard is telling the truth. I believe that she is attempting to smear Johnny Depp's career, and I don't appreciate that. I think there should be justice. Not every single anti-Amber Heard person is that reasonable, believe me. That's concerned me. It has concerned me. In fact, of all people recently who came out with a based fucking take about this, I know I criticized her for a take she had recently, but somebody who had a really, really good take on the situation that worded it better than I can is ContraPoints. I saw this on Reddit. She's getting shit for this take, but it's absolutely correct, okay? This take is absolutely true, and I'll defend it. Tweeting about Amber Heard again will only bring pain and punishment, but the reaction to this is really bothering me. Seems the most common interpretation is that this is a case of mutual abuse. But if that's true, Amber wasn't lying when she wrote about being a domestic violence victim, yes? So she's currently being sued for defamation over a statement which, if you think it's a case of mutual abuse, you believed is true. So isn't the lawsuit then an irrelevant, dishonest, and aggressive attempt to punish her for telling her side of the story? And turning this into a circus/witch burning because of YouTube body language experts prove that she's the avatar of supreme evil amounts to complicity with that aggression. That's how this looks to me. Really good take on this. The tier of engagement around the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff does concern me. And well, to be fair, Natalie usually has good takes. The take that she had that disappointed us was a fluke, to be fair. But regardless, this whole situation, definitely concerns me. And I stopped following it after I did my own segment expressing a very similar take to what Natalie did, and I had to take the video down. I have not had to take videos down very often, but I had to take that video down. And it wasn't because of the hate, though it did garner a significant amount of hate. It had more dislikes than likes. I had to take it down because there was a little bit of misinformation in it. I'd gotten a couple of details about the situation incorrect on accident, or at least that's what the hate commenters were saying. Normally, I would not trust hate commenters when they say that I got something wrong, because 99% of the time, I know that hate commenter is actually the one who's really wrong. But in this particular case, I don't really know enough about the entire situation to positively know that I wasn't wrong. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to follow the whole trial. That's right. Today's catch-up day. We're going to be catching up on the trial, starting by watching Legal Eagle and his coverage of it. Then we're going to be catching up on the trial as to what we've missed to this point. And then I'm going to be streaming basically every day for the foreseeable future. I got this chair for a reason. It's super comfy. I'm planning to be doing about 8-hour-long streams, very long streams, and I plan to dedicate at least a couple of hours of each of those streams to following the new unfolding events of the case. Do you have my takes, my live coverage, and yeah. Demon Mom, Zan going after Demon Mama's Valor. Is Demon Mama doing that? I didn't know that. I know she's covered it, but I didn't know she was doing like consistent long like live coverage. I didn't know that, but yeah, maybe we could do it together. Me and Demon Mama are starting a podcast very soon called You Should Log Off, so that's gonna be pretty exciting. No doubt we'll be talking about that. Ooh, private server? No, May Spitfire, not a private server. I'm currently playing on an official WoW Burning Crusade Classic server called Pagel. It is US Pagel, so if you want to join me, please consider joining. I'm Alliance, US Alliance. If you join, I will give you gold for leveling. I will invite you to play with me, and I will help you get to max level if you need it. I'll boost people through dungeons if you want. Like if someone wants me to like boost them through dungeons to max level, I'll do it for them. Just to have fans and friends and stuff on the server to play with. It'd be dope. Anyway, while we're like covering all of this, I'm gonna be playing WoW. Oh God, why is the game so laggy? Here, let me Very odd. The game's like lagging out on OBS, but it's perfectly fine on my screen. Hey chat, is the game laggy on for you guys? Because for me, it's quite jittery on OBS, but on my screen, like in my game, the game's running just fine. Why though? Screen overlay wouldn't be doing it. Hold on. I doubt it's WoW. There's no way it's the graphics quality doing it. It was not the graphics quality. Okay, so what was doing it? Render scale? Maybe my render scale's too high? Let me put it at 100. Oh! There it goes. Okay, yeah, I thought that could be doing it. It was the render scale. The render scale was too high. Edit that out, Cherry. Anyway, yeah, Cherry's probably going to edit these segments up. Yeah, that's way better, isn't it, chat? Look at that. Okay, yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is we're going to be doing live coverage of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial as it happens, sort of to act as a counteracting narrative to the right-wingers that are appropriating this entire thing. And hopefully that will, you know, be a fun time. In the meantime, though, I'm going to play WoW while we cover it. And we need to start by, you know, catching up with the whole thing. So we're going to start with this Legal Eagle video. Legal Eagle did a video on this trial in particular. And like who's in the right, who's in the wrong, what the whole deal is, summarizing it, I guess. And we're going to watch that to start with, because I like Legal Eagle. I trust his counsel, I guess you could say. I trust his counsel. And I don't think there's going to be any weird like bullshit tainting the messaging of this video. So yeah, let's watch it. It's going to be fun.
It's funny, usually in a domestic defamation dispute like this, the internet has all kinds of opinions, but they've been completely silent about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Damn.
It's weird.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, you can't see the screen.
So John...
Oh, I just realized, fuck, yeah, you guys can't see it, hold on. There we go. There we go.
Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard. She is suing him at exactly the same time. This is all incredibly crazy.
Bizarre.
And this latest suit and countersuit is already
static. Oh, my mic's staticky. Oh no. All right, we're back.
Turning into a circus. Of course, for Hollywood celebrities leading public lives, it seems like there's no such thing as a truly private matter. And this has certainly been the case for Amber Heard, who has publicly accused her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, of subjecting her to years of physical and emotional abuse during their marriage. And Depp, for his part, has vehemently denied the allegations, accusing Heard of defaming him with fabricated claims while portraying Heard as the real abuser. And while Heard has primarily aired her grievances to the media, Depp has opted to take his fight to the courtroom in both the UK and the state of Virginia. Now, determining the truth of domestic violence allegations is invariably a challenging prospect. As a result, the public's response to these allegations has been incredibly polarizing, with Heard and Depp having their own supporters and detractors alike. So, Legal Eagles, let's talk about the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard saga. We'll cover the facts leading up to the decades-long dispute between the former celebrity couple, review the multi-million-dollar defamation lawsuits in the UK and the US that have been brought as a result, and talk about how Johnny Depp can sue twice for basically the same thing. Now, the former Hollywood couple's Virginia courtroom confrontation is the culmination of 10 years of love, heartbreak, and abuse allegations between the Pirates of the Caribbean actor and the Justice League actress. Here is the timeline of how this feud leapt from the tabloids to the courtroom. Now, in 2012, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard began dating following Depp's split from his longtime partner, French model, actress, singer Vanessa Paradis. Depp and Paradis dated for 14 years and they shared 2 children together. In February of 2015, Depp and Heard officially tied the knot, but as quickly as the pair fell in love, things fell apart just as swiftly. On May 21st, 2016, the LAPD responded to a Saturday night call in which Heard alleged domestic abuse. Law enforcement officials at the time stated they found, quote, no evidence of any crime, and Heard did not file any charges.
Okay, so I already know about this bit, and I'm going to give a little bit of background into it because it's kind of important. So this really goes back to that initial first call that was made to the house, or made to their home, with the claim by Amber Heard that Johnny Depp had, like, hit her. And I believe the police officer that responded has testified there were no visible marks or bruises on Amber Heard when she got there. The cop was a woman, and said that there was no evidence whatsoever that, you know, on her that she had been hit or hurt. That has been like a very common like thing that I've heard brought up consistently throughout this entire trial. So it would not surprise me if that's going to be a really big like thing we're going to keep on hearing as we cover this. Probably going to hear about it a lot.
On May 23rd, 2016, Heard officially filed for divorce from Depp, citing irreconcilable differences. 4 days later, Heard appeared in a Los Angeles court with a bruised cheek to request a temporary restraining order against Depp. In a sworn declaration, Heard alleged that her then-husband, 23 years her senior, had, quote, violently attacked her and thrown a cell phone at her face with extreme force. Photographs submitted to the court show Heard with a large bruise on her face, along with broken bottles, picture frames, and shattered glass on the floor. Heard alleges that, quote, during the entirety of our relationship, Johnny has been verbally and physically abusive, end quote. Heard further claimed that she, quote, endured excessive emotional, verbal, and physical abuse, which has included angry, hostile, humiliating, and threatening assaults to me whenever I questioned his authority or disagreed with him. Now, in her filings, Heard recounted an alleged April 21st assault wherein Depp allegedly came home drunk as Heard's birthday party was ending, threw a champagne bottle at a wall, grabbed her hair, violently shoved her to the floor, and Heard also alluded to, quote, one severe incident in December 2015 when I truly feared for my life. People magazine would later publish a photo purportedly from this incident. In opposition to these motions, Depp's lawyers claimed the allegations were false and accused Heard of, quote, attempting to secure a premature financial resolution by alleging abuse. On May 27th of that year, the judge granted Heard's temporary restraining order, ordering Depp to stay at least 100 yards away and avoid all contact until a June 17th follow-up hearing that would decide whether the order should be made permanent. But hours before the scheduled hearing, Heard and Depp released a joint statement announcing that they had resolved their dispute. Quote, "Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm." Now, in August of 2016, Depp and Heard reached a divorce settlement, with Heard allegedly pledging to donate $7 million to the American Civil Liberties Union and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Didn't she not
August
do
of
that,
2021, a New York judge partially granted Depp's motion to force the ACLU to produce documents to show if she did in fact donate the $7 million, a fact that remains contested by Depp. And after the divorce was finalized in January of 2017, Depp's attorney Laura Wasser released the following statement, quote, "We're pleased to put this unpleasant chapter in Mr. Depp and his family's lives behind them. Having his request for entry of the dissolution of judgment granted today made it a particularly lucky Friday the 13th. Now, while Depp's attorneys declared their client's intention to put this chapter behind him, the British tabloids would not extend Mr. Depp such a courtesy. Which takes us to how the UK lawsuit got filed. Now, following the divorce, both Heard and Depp continued to pursue their respective acting careers. Heard reprised her role as Mara from Aquaman for Joss Whedon's Justice League in 2017, while Depp returned as Captain Jack Sparrow for the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean installment. But as Depp was preparing to reprise his role as the eponymous villain in J.K. Rowling's Fantastic Beasts and Crimes of Grindelwald, The Sun, a British tabloid, fired a shot across the...
As I said before, anybody who joins WoW Classic and joins my server and joins the game and everything and meets me in Stormwind when I go there in a little bit. I'll probably go there after the Legal video or something. We can all meet up in Stormwind. I will give everybody probably 10 gold to help you level. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot.
The pond by rehashing her
and
abuse
I'll add you on
allegations.
Battle.net.
On April 27th, 2018, the Sun executive editor Dan Wooten published an article entitled "Gone Potty, How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife-Beater Johnny Depp in the New Fantastic Beast Film?" Writing that, quote, "Overwhelming evidence was filed to show Johnny Depp engaged in domestic violence against his wife Amber Heard."
To be clear here, let's not pretend like J.K. Rowling gives a shit about domestic violence or women being being the victims of it, okay? Let's be clear here. Nobody who weaponizes their history of domestic violence and abuse for political gain actually cares about advocating for that tragedy. I'm sorry. When she started using her having been abused for political gain, I stopped taking her sob story about it as seriously. I'm sorry. You can't. It's the same thing that Oh, I should be careful. Vosh got canceled for saying this. Do you remember when Vosh got canceled because there was this far right, I forget what her name, I think it was Sydney Watson. Yeah, it was Sydney Watson, who was on Jubilee or something, and she was on there to talk about how immigration is bad, and she said that she had been sexually assaulted by brown people in Europe or something, or in Australia, I guess she lives, and the cops wouldn't take it seriously because it's their culture, I guess, was what the cops said, she claimed. And Vosh called bullshit on that, and then he got canceled. I remember that. Jesus. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. No, in all seriousness, the most vile people on Earth will always try to use... that's really what makes this whole Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial thing so interesting and so, polarizing, is that everybody knows victimizers love to pretend to be victims. So we're stuck in this scenario here where we don't know if Johnny Depp is the victim and Amber Heard's is the victimizer pretending to be the victim, or if it's vice versa. And the thing that makes it even harder to tell is that both of them are award-winning actors. So it's pretty damn hard to tell if they're lying. They're both award-winning actors.
Accused the Harry Potter author of, quote, providing Depp total rehabilitation in the eyes of the movie industry by allowing Depp to star in the Fantastic Beasts sequel. Now, Depp's response to the article was swift. On June 1st, 2018, Depp sued the parent company that publishes The Sun in England for libel, demanding a minimum of $200,000 plus legal fees. Depp's attorneys argued the article defamed him by presuming the actor was guilty of domestic violence against his former wife, highlighting the use of the term wife-beater. Now, Depp's counsel maintained that these, quote, reputation-destroying and career-ending allegations were untrue and caused the actor, quote, serious harm harm, the threshold.
He's got like absolute. Okay, so here's the thing about defamation lawsuits. My understanding is the thing Amber Heard. Okay, so Johnny Depp is currently suing Amber Heard herself for defamation right now. That's the current trial that's happening now. But Johnny Depp has already lost a couple other trials for defamation against, I think it was The Sun, which was where the original like whole allegations of abuse against Depp were initially posted. And he lost that trial because The Sun, I believe, just needed to prove that they could reasonably assume that Amber Heard and her abuse allegations were true and worth reporting. That's all The Sun needs to prove. However, what I'm curious about here is if Johnny Depp just needs to prove that these allegations from Amber Heard, if they aren't as, valid as she's made them out to be, then he will have grounds to sue her for defamation because he can easily prove that he's lost money and his career has been harmed by this entire debacle. If he can prove that Amber Heard's allegations are untrue, then he can pretty easily probably win the case because, he can pretty easily prove he's taken a financial hit from this. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But don't listen to me. Listen to Legal Eagle. He knows more about lawyer shit than I do.
Threshold standard for defamation in England. In its defense, The Sun's parent company argued that there was sufficient evidence to show that Depp was, quote, violent towards Miss Heard on multiple occasions during their relationship, making the term wife beater an accurate statement. And in support of its claims, the company relied on 14 alleged incidents of physical abuse against Heard that purportedly occurred between 2013 and 2016. Though neither Depp nor Heard were on trial, the case was essentially a dress rehearsal for the pair's Virginia defamation trial, with both Depp and Heard giving live testimony detailing an array of graphic allegations. When Depp took the stand, he acknowledged wide-ranging drug problems, which he referred to as, quote, the monster. But Depp accused Heard of making up allegations and insisting that he was...
Okay, so in the bits of this trial that I've seen, they keep on like making references to this thing called the monster, and it makes me cringe. It's like, what the fuck? Is this like a horror movie? Is this like Split or some shit like that? But no, apparently when Johnny Depp, who admittedly himself does have issues with drugs and alcohol, is having a moment because of that, he calls it, and Amber Heard apparently also calls it, the monster.
Quote, not a violent person, especially with a woman, a characterization that was backed up in sworn statements from former partners Winona Ryder and Vanessa Paradis. Depp portrayed Heard as the aggressor in the relationship, accusing her of repeatedly belittling him and frequently turning physically violent during their tumultuous marriage, saying, quote, it was sort of a rapid-fire, sort of endless parade of insults. Quote, looking at me like I was a fool and I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart dealing with that sort of barrage. Depp further alleged that Heard would sometimes strike out in anger or frustration. And regarding an alleged headbutting incident in December of 2015 at his LA penthouse, Depp testified he was trying to hold Heard back from hitting him and their foreheads collided by accident. Depp also detailed a purported March 2015 argument in Australia that led to part of his finger being sliced off due to a thrown vodka bottle. Depp contended that Heard saw him drinking for the first time in a while, and she threw a bottle of vodka that narrowly missed his head before throwing a larger bottle.
Leftist audio, it looks fine on my end. Weird. I am gonna probably use, when hopefully that YouTube paycheck comes in like today, I'm gonna buy a new mic, I think. I think I'm gonna go for a little bit of a mic upgrade. We've been having issues with this one for a while. I think I might look for an upgrade at some point, like pretty soon. If you guys would like to help save up for that, then consider dropping a sub, Blue Yeti. A Blue Yeti would be a downgrade from what I have now. My current mic is a Blue Spark SL. It's a pretty good mic, but I've had it a few years now. It's moved across the country with me. It's taken a little bit of damage. It's taken a bit of a beating. It's a little bit older. I could probably stand to upgrade at this point, audio-wise. Can you imagine? Like, I need to get like an actual legitimate mixer as well to plug it into. It'd be an investment. We'd need more donos for that. That's a little bit of an, yeah. If I'm gonna get a new mic, I need to get a new mixer as well to make it even worth the purchase, and that's pretty pricey.
Bottle that did strike his head. Photos provided by Depp's counsel purported to show Depp with a bloody finger and a cigarette burn on his face. For her part, Heard denied injuring Depp, contending that her ex severed his own finger during a drug and alcohol binge after repeatedly smashing a wall-mounted phone against the wall. Heard testified that Depp, fueled by drugs and alcohol, hit, slapped, and shoved Heard, pulling her hair and threw bottles, quote, like grenades at Heard at various incidents between 2013 and 2016. On cross-examination, Heard denied the characterization of Depp's lawyers that she was the one who struggled with drugs and alcohol, that she was the one who abused him, and that she was the one who was controllingly manipulative.
Okay, I will say, we're talking about very rich, famous actors here, and I was watching I was watching a little bit of the trial, the bits that I did see, and I think it was Amber Heard's sister was testifying and said, yeah, there wasn't much time where we weren't all doing cocaine. I thought that bit was funny.
Not Depp. Now, under cross-examination, Depp admitted it was possible that he destroyed the phone, stating, quote, I remember ripping the phone off the wall. Depp also admitted that he had previously taken responsibility for severing his finger, though Depp claimed that he was only trying to protect Heard when he had to tell the production company the injury prevented him from working on set. And Depp also confirmed that he wrote messages for Heard in blood, paint, and lipstick, including, quote, I love you, and, quote, good luck, which he did to indicate he felt the relationship was over. And in a trial that had the couple airing out their dirty laundry, Depp also detailed an alleged incident involving literal dirty laundry. Supposedly on the night of Heard's birthday party in April of 2016, Depp says he arrived late due to a meeting he was attending. Depp testified that Heard was furious with him, hitting him multiple times after the party ended before he left and spent the night at another home. Depp said that he planned to retrieve items the next morning after Heard left for Coachella, but was told by someone at the home who texted him a photo not to return because there was poop in the bed.
Oh,
Quote,
I've heard about
that. There's a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter, so I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there.
So the story, apparently Amber Heard shit in the bed to upset Johnny Depp. That's great. It's not great, but you know what I mean.
He continued, my initial response to that was, I mean, I laughed. It was so outside, it was so bizarre, and so grotesque that I
won't let
could
you
only
subscribe?
laugh. Depp
Wow.
had previously claimed in a written statement that Heard or one of her friends were
Why-
the culprit,
like,
and
is
alleged
there an
that
error?
Heard had called this, quote, just a harmless prank. But Depp said that incident was when he knew their marriage was over, and a month later, Heard filed for divorce.
Wait, she owned up
Heard
to it
has
and said it was a
denied any
prank?
role in this whodunit,
Oh, wait,
suggesting the story is fabricated simply to humiliate her. So yeah, the British trial was incredibly colorful. And after hearing all of the evidence, the UK court sided with the Sun and rejected Depp's libel claims. In his November 2020 opinion, Justice Andrew Nichol concluded that the Sun had met its burden of proof and that the Sun's allegations that Depp engaged in unprovoked attacks and violent conduct against his then wife that caused her to be in fear for her life were true, quote, on the balance of the probabilities, meaning the abuse allegations were more likely than not to be true. The justice did not accept Depp's characterization of Heard as a gold digger who had, quote, constructed a hoax and as an insurance policy.
Oh, he accused her of being a gold digger, damn.
Apart. Among the incidents the judge found to be substantially true were the two events alluded to in Heard's 2016 application for domestic violence restraining order, the May 2016 assault with Depp's phone, and the...
No, like I go through all the motions, it says I subscribe, but then when I check if I'm subbed, it says I didn't even make a payment. Wait, I had the same issue. Wait, I had the same issue, Balth. Are you doing it through Battle.net? Are you trying to get the sub through Battle.net? When I try to do it through Battle.net, I had a problem, and I had to do it on, like, through my browser. It was something like that. I had the same problem when I reactivated my sub. Yeah, it wasn't hard to fix. It wasn't actually hard to fix, Balth. I had the same issue.
Severe December 2015 incident where Depp allegedly threw...
Check and make sure you're also using the right payment method as well. That I think that might have been my problem. See if that's what did it. It can also be, no, I just did it through browser. Okay. If browser is what doesn't work, try doing it through Battle.net. I'm using my PayPal. Yeah, make sure it's the right thing, and then try using it through Battle.net. Then, if it doesn't work there, how much does WoW cost a month? $15, 15 USD.
Threw a decanter at Heard in the penthouse, headbutted her, and pulled large chunks of hair from her scalp before an appearance on James Corden's Late Late Show. And the justice did not find Depp's claim that Heard was responsible for severing his fingertip to be credible.
Jeez.
And as for the poop in the bed incident, well, the judge blamed the dog. Quote, "For what it's worth, I consider it unlikely that Miss Heard or one of her friends was responsible," reasoning in part that Depp was out of the house at the time of the incident, and Heard was the one likely to suffer from the effects. The judge concluded, quote, "It was therefore a singularly ineffective means for Miss Heard or one of her friends to get back at Mr. Depp." Your mileage may vary on that.
I will say, shitting in the bed that you sleep in does seem like not... it doesn't sound like something Amber Heard would do. Like, shitting in a bed to upset... Like I don't... Like... It just doesn't seem like something even an abusive girl... Like, let's assume Amber Heard is the abusive girlfriend, like 100%. She is who, you know, what everybody says she is right now, right? Like, it doesn't even seem like that's something that evil person would do. Like, I feel like they do something else. Like, I don't feel like that's a... I don't know. It just doesn't seem in character. Say the words, Zan. What are the words? Yeah, I think she tried to blame it on the dog, but I think they tested the poop and it was deemed to be human poop and it was big, so...
That reasoning. In response to the ruling, Depp's representative stated they found the decision, quote, "as perverse as it is bewildering," and immediately announced their intention to appeal. But in March of 2021, Depp's appeal was rejected, and the Court of Appeals ruled that the lower court case was, quote, "full and fair," and the trial judge's conclusions, quote, "have not been shown to even arguably be vitiated by any error or approach."
That's a new word I've never heard before.
And concluded the appeal has no real prospect of success, and that there is no other compelling reason for it to be heard. On appeal, Depp's counsel had argued they did not get a fair hearing and that Heard was an unreliable witness. And as evidence of her unreliability, Depp's counsel asserted that Heard has not kept her promise to donate her $7 million divorce settlement.
Yeah, how
to
do we
charity.
not know
And the
whether or not
fallout
it was
from
actually
Depp's
donated?
spectacular defeat
How
was
is that not
immediate.
public?
Following the November ruling, Depp announced he was leaving the Fantastic Beast franchise after Warner Brothers requested his resignation. And that takes us to the good old US of A, because what makes Depp's defeat so notable is that the odds of prevailing on a libel claim are much higher in England than in the US. In England, the party accused of defamation has the burden of proving that their claim is, quote, "substantially true." Now, that's the opposite in the US, where the defamed person has the burden of proving that the libelous statements are false.
Yeah, we're way
Another
more free
reason US
speech
defamation
here.
cases are hard to win is that public figures like Depp must prove the defamatory statements were made with actual malice, meaning that they were published with knowledge of being false or reckless disregard for their truth or falsity. Again, actual malice has nothing to do with not liking a person. It is an evidentiary standard, and it's not particularly well named. It's a legal term of art. And even with these built-in advantages, Depp still lost twice in the UK. In the face of Depp's double defeat, some have characterized Depp's legal strategy as a complete flop. And remember, not only have 2 British courts found Heard's abuse allegations to be substantially true, but Depp's efforts have had the unintended Streisand effect of amplifying these allegations. After all, if not for Depp's multiple lawsuits, there would be no reason for this channel to make a video on this controversy to the millions of Legal Eagle subscribers. It's a case of life imitating art, I guess. But Depp's defenders insist that the British trial was not fairly decided, that new evidence has since come forward that paints a different picture, particularly with new audio that purports to show Heard admitting to abusing Depp.
Oh yeah,
so,
I remember that
after all
footage.
of this, we find ourselves back on American soil as Depp attempts another bite at the defamation apple.
Okay, chat, I need to know your opinions on this. I need to know. Because it feels weird to me. The people that I've seen on the left even defending Johnny Depp, they keep on using this word mutual abuse, or like, no, there's another word. It's not mutual abuse. It's retaliatory abuse. And it's like they'll say, yeah, okay, Johnny Depp maybe hit her and maybe did some bad stuff or whatever, but it was because it was in response to the abuse he was facing by Amber Heard. And it's like, wait, but then that's not how abuse works. I don't know. It's so stupid. It actually leaves me speechless. I'm not very often. It's really hard to leave me speechless by saying something stupid. Really hard to leave me speechless. I'm pretty good at having something to say about anything. But Jesus Christ. Okay.
Hoping this time he will be vindicated. And particularly at issue in the American trial is an op-ed that Amber Heard published on December 18th, 2018, 6 months after Depp filed the UK libel action, where she published in the Washington Post an article entitled, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." Heard wrote, quote, "Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out." And in March 2019, Depp responded to the op-ed by filing a $50 million defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, contending Heard's article contained, quote, "categorically and demonstrably false claims of domestic abuse." Quote, "The op-ed depended on the central premise that Miss Heard was a domestic abuse victim and that Mr. Depp..."
Rewind it, don't worry, chat. Okay. All right. Ya boy has some Frenchy fries. Let's fucking go, dog. Thanks, Lonnie. Thank you, Lonnie. All right, I'm gonna eat for a minute while we watch this. So in the meantime, I'm gonna blow up the screen to make it bigger. Actually, I'll make it. There we go. That looks good, right? That look good? No, that looks good. I think that's pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. I think I accidentally paid for 2 months. Oh shit. I'll give you $15 after stream, Balthazar. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's watch. I'm gonna rewind it like a minute just because we were distracted.
Article entitled, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." Heard wrote, quote, "Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim.
I'll send you
Then,
15 bucks.
2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out." And in March 2019, Depp responded to the op-ed by filing a $50 million defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, contending Heard's article contained, quote, "categorically and demonstrably false claims of domestic abuse." Quote, "The op-ed depended on the central premise that Miss Heard was a domestic abuse victim and that Mr. Depp perpetrated domestic violence against her." Depp's lawyers also wrote in the complaint, quote, "Her allegations are part of an elaborate hoax to generate positive publicity for Miss Heard and advance her career." The complaint, which again are just...
Well, I don't know though, because we don't know the motive yet. Like when would she have had a motive to end her relationship with Johnny Depp and try to ruin him? What is that motive and when did it start? I just haven't seen it yet. That's what I'm really curious about. Bail Balthazar out? No, I mean overdrafted on my bank account. No, I'm gonna send you money so you can transfer it to your bank account, Balth, and then yeah. I'll help you out, don't worry.
Allegations from one side charged that Heard had incalculably damaged the actor's reputation and derailed his career, highlighting that Disney fired Depp from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise 4 days after the publication of Heard's article. And though the article does not mention Depp by name, a party alleging defamation need not be specifically named so long as there are enough identifying facts the person reading it would reasonably understand that the statements refer to the plaintiff. And in August of 2020, Heard countersued for $100 million, arguing that Depp's denial of the abuse effectively accused Heard of committing perjury to obtain the 2016 domestic violence restraining order, which defamed her character. Heard also accused Depp of orchestrating it.
This is what happens when you have so much money that instead of getting into a Twitter argument like a normal person, you just start suing each other for hundreds of millions of dollars.
An online smear campaign against Heard in violation of Virginia's laws against online harassment. Now, some of you might be wondering why this case is going to trial at all, given that it appears to have already been litigated in another forum in the UK. And there is a principle of law that prevents relitigation of the same cause of action in a second lawsuit between the same parties. It's called claim preclusion, also referred to as res judicata, which is Latin for a matter decided. Basically, it's like double jeopardy, but for civil suits.
Yeah,
There's also issue
now.
preclusion, or collateral estoppel, preventing a party from relitigating an issue once a court has already ruled on it. Now, Heard's lawyers tried to get the US lawsuit thrown out because of some of the claims that were already decided in the UK, but the judge denied the motion. Like most things in law, there were arguments on both sides of these issues. And in particular, Amber Heard was not a defendant in the UK case. She was only a witness. Depp was a party though, and he appealed his case to the highest court in the UK and lost. But because Heard wasn't a party in the UK case, remember Depp sued the Sun and the Sun's parent company, and a few other reasons, Amber Heard was not able to benefit from claim preclusion and res judicata to prevent Depp from being able to sue in Virginia. And then also, American courts reject foreign judgments that don't live up to American standards of free speech. And there's a law, the Securing the Protection of Our Enduring and Established Constitutional Heritage Act, prevents U.S. courts from enforcing foreign defamation judgments that don't comport with First Amendment protections. So even if Depp had won his case and then asked American courts to recognize the judgment, the court probably would have rejected his lawsuit. Of course, now Depp has a second bite at the apple, and if he wins, it would be really unusual given his loss in a country with a lower standard for proving defamation. But either way, it's entirely possible that Johnny Depp's career is over, and the jury is out whether that's Amber Heard's fault or not. But the point may not be about winning a legal victory, but about winning a PR victory and rehabilitating Depp's image. And it seems like he's made some progress in that respect. Though the Virginia trial has already turned into a complete circus, I'll have to do another video summarizing all the craziness that has already occurred, including Heard's lawyer objecting to himself and Johnny Depp becoming an expert on hearsay. But if Johnny Depp wins either legally or in the court of public opinion, he should celebrate by making himself a nice meal, which he can do with today's sponsor, HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a great way to eat delicious, fresh food while still being healthy. In fact, HelloFresh has a variety of calorie-smart and carb-smart recipes, as well as pescatarian and veggie options, as well as a new Mediterranean line. You can customize it how you'd like. You can swap out proteins or get premium top-of-the-line versions. Now, I'm a do-it-yourself person, and I have to say I was initially pretty skeptical about HelloFresh. I'm a pretty good cook, so I didn't really think I needed the help, but I actually...
How expensive is this shit? And can I get 5,000 calories a day worth of food from this service? Because I might consider it if it's like not that bad. If I'd be spending as much, if not less, on groceries and Postmates deliveries, it might be worth it. Low key. All right. I lost 30 pounds since the pandemic started. Now I'm good, fam. Yeah, I've lost a lot of weight. You guys can probably tell just by my face. But yeah, I've lost a lot of weight. It's been nice. All right. God damn. That was interesting. Try poutine. Lol, it's loaded. Poutine? I've heard of it. It is Canadian, I know. All right. We're gonna resume the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff in just a second, but first I'm going to get a little puff of that marijuana. I really hope I get to meet Legal Eagle one day. He seems like a cool guy. I like him. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Not like... His content's good. It's not like the most groundbreaking content on YouTube by any means, but just like, as far as people that make YouTube content, he seems like a chill dude, you know? He seems like he's got his life together, you know? I hate peeling. I've got no fingernails because I file them down. So I got, like, nothing to peel the plastic off with. Almost got it. Yeah. 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 Get it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Peel that sheet. There we go. You know who has agreed to get into World of Warcraft chat with me. My mom. My mom's agreed to try World of Warcraft and play it with me. She's gonna play on the same server. It's gonna be WoW TBC Classic too, so we're gonna see how that goes. I'm gonna have to teach her how to play and see if she ends up liking it. I'd really like it if she enjoyed World of Warcraft. What flavor is this? This is gelato. It's an indica. I've never had gelato before. Will it taste like gelato? We're about to find out. Behold. Marijuana. Look, proof. There's the proof right there. The proof is in the label on the cartridge. Focus. Weed. Okay. All right. Where can we find some more stuff about all of this? We should look at, okay, here's what we should do. Let's look at the most viewed videos on YouTube of today from the trial. I feel like that's a good place to start. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, this one. I'm trying to find a good one to start with. Okay, here's... This is just footage from the trial. That's disgusting. Amber Heard denies leaving poop in Johnny Depp's bed. Oh my god. She looks like she's crying in the first frame of this video, so that's already a good start to what we're about to see, I'm sure. We're off to a good start. Women crying is always a good sign, chat. Remember, anytime a woman's crying, you know things are going well. Make sure to watch the muffin clip. You guys gotta send me the good shit to watch, guys. You guys gotta send me that shit. That's your job.
2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time.
I haven't seen Asmongold's coverage, but I think it's probably pretty good. I like Asmon.
Saying meetings, he had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes 2 days. Just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender.
Calls for speculation as to bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days. Go ahead.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Said it. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting, I think he said, maybe, at 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He...
Okay. Maybe he had a meeting or whatever, and that is the case, but God, like, I can understand her being upset about, I think that's what led to the poop thing, right? Was that he wasn't going to be at her birthday, like, be there for her birthday, and he was really upset, so he, or she was really upset, so she allegedly took a shit on the bed to, I guess, upset him, or to, you know, express her displeasement.
Of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Text me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting for to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. You know, I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that
you shit on my birthday,
evening,
I'll shit on your bed.
We were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling.
Is there like a rule here where they can't
about
quote
my birthday and him having missed it? An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back.
She's trying to look good. I don't know. Listen, when I see stuff like that, it always throws me off, because it's like, of course she's trying to look good. Whether she's innocent or guilty in this, of course she's trying to look good. Whether he's guilty or innocent in this, of course Johnny Depp is trying to look good. It's like, yeah, both of them are trying to look good. Both of them are, like, you know, really, their careers are on the line here. Like, this is two really rich, famous people fighting each other for the preservation of their own careers. That is what we're witnessing here. Now, whether Amber Heard is defending herself against a horrible ex-husband who is abusive towards her, who is trying to punish her for coming out and speaking the truth, or this is him defending himself against false allegations being made by a narcissistic psychopath, we're gonna have to find out which is which. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up like a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which was outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened.
Like, even from her own admission here, this is obviously such a toxic relationship. Like, even from her side of the story here, like, so this here, okay, let's assume, like, is that an appropriate way to behave if, like, your partner breaks something of yours to break something of theirs? Like, maybe on, like, a moral level, it's like, yeah, you fucking deserved it. But, like, it's just not healthy, you know? Like, if I heard this is going down in a relationship, I'd be like, you're not happy. You are not happy.
To me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair. He pulls me down, kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom.
Hey, if there are any Discord mods in the chat right now, do any of you mind writing out an announcement in the Discord announcements if you can, letting everybody know that I'm doing a not live, but I'm covering the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. I don't know, I just think a live announcement would be cool for anybody in the Discord who isn't aware I'm covering this and is interested. Could be nice. Anyway.
And I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he taunt me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, pubic area. Just
Jesus.
As best I can describe it, is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it. What? And he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was gonna go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone.
Jesus.
And he
savage
said this was all my fault and what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You know, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this gonna happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
It was written on a piece of paper, as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
How is she lying? None of you know if she's lying or not. If any of you here think you know she's lying or think you know she's telling the truth, then that should already disqualify your opinion on this entire thing. None of us know who's telling the truth and who's lying here. Regardless of how convincing they sound, both of them are award-winning actors, okay? Both of them are capable of lying extraordinarily well and seeming very convincing. I don't think that who sounds the most convincing is even close to enough to go off of. I also don't think that what I said there disqualifies the emotions in Amber Heard here. She might be telling the truth, and this is all true. It's honestly not that flattering for her. She is admitting to fighting back with Johnny Depp here. There's a lot here that she's admitting to that she could otherwise not and look better. Then again, though, then I think the best lies have sprinklets of the truth in them. So then I start thinking that, like, maybe that's why she's sprinkling in some of the less bad stuff that's, you know, kind of makes her look a little bad, but it adds a little bit more, you know, truthfulness to her story. Like, it's possible that could be what's happening. But yeah, like, I'm back and forth on this, right? We're figuring it out as we go, but nobody here knows. Nobody here in the chat knows who's lying and who isn't. Stop pretending like you do. You're not that smart.
I texted, actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in, because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dog.
So my understanding of hearsay is that in this case, the reason why the Johnny Depp's lawyers objected was because they were trying to have that thrown out. Whatever she was going to, testify was said by this friend of hers, that Johnny Depp just wouldn't send her a video. The word, you saying that another person told you a thing isn't enough to be admissible in court. Like, you just can't prove that. You can't prove that this person said this thing happened. It's too many layers of separation, I guess, is my understanding. Anything and everything can be hearsay. It just depends. There are exception requirements that need to be met. The reason why this is hearsay, my understanding is that, like, there's too many layers there. Like, you can't. Is this friend not? I assume this friend's not there to be like, oh yeah, I did say that, and she did ask that. Like, it's just they can't work with that, I guess. That's my understanding.
Dogs left for...
Can't prove it, can't disprove it.
Our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, you know, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move through it, move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella? At
Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours away.
I live where Coachella happens.
I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
The dags.
Like
how that
dog,
judge pronounces dogs.
At the time, Boo.
Not the judge.
My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies. And I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading, and relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
That's the judge. This said I'll allow it.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life. Among some other issues was, you know, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog? Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why we...
Is that a thing? A dog eating some weed as a puppy, having chronic bowel issues into its life because of that? I don't like it. For one, I don't even know if a dog would eat weed. Maybe it was edibles. Maybe it was edibles. I'm assuming it was edibles because I can't imagine a glob of concentrate or like a pile of flour getting eaten by dogs. Will eat bud. Do they? Do you really think if you put a handful of weed flour out in front of your dog right now, look it up? Maybe, I don't know. But like, I guess. I feel like this would be an easy thing just to prove by being like, oh yeah, here are the vet bills. Like, are there vet bills? Where are the vet bills at? What did the vets say? Were there not vets that looked at this dog and like said, yeah, this is the fucking issue with the dog? Would these vets not be? Wouldn't they be able to be witnesses? I guess they could just turn down the request.
She liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, you know, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers, and it was customary that they slept in bed with us. But Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor, and sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, you know, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her or, you know, didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning. Okay. Or they came every day, as far as I know.
Okay. Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what a grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life.
I kind of believe that too. Like I said before, I don't know if I believe like Amber Heard is the type of chick to shit on your bed because she thinks it's funny. Like, I guess this is just vibes. So if we're literally operating on nothing but vibes right now, I'll ask you guys, vibes wise, does Amber Heard seem like the kind of chick to shit on your bed as a prank to like because she thinks it's funny? Seems to be the context here, I guess. Kind of. I don't know. I can't imagine her doing it. Like I can't imagine her doing it in my head. I will say that. Not that I want to, but I can't. I don't know.
My life, it was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was
Didn't she
not
cheat
really
on
a
him?
jovial time, and I don't
Didn't
think
she
that's
admit
funny,
to cheating on him?
period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Oh yeah, she cheated on him with Elon Musk.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Donnie didn't come back to that house. That was my, you know, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And then
Can you imagine being so wealthy that you own so many properties that there's just a house that you own that you never go to? Like, you just have a house that, like, is in your possession that you've just forgotten about and you never go to it. So somebody that you know could just go there and hide out there and you just never think to go there because you totally forgot about it. You just don't go, yeah, who cares? This is my place in LA. Yeah, you know, LA rent is literally unaffordable for like most residents. Oh yeah, nah, I got a few places. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine being that rich? Yeah, rent free. I will say, throughout this trial, the bits that I've heard of it, I keep on hearing stuff about like how much Johnny did for Amber Heard. Now, to be clear, doing things for your partner, even really sticking your neck out for your partner to do things for them, does not excuse or negate the existence or possibility of abuse. But I will say, it is generally uncharacteristic of somebody as seemingly abusive, it would seem like, based on Amber Heard's testimony, as Johnny Depp, to have done as much for her as he has. Like, he legitimately, like, when I hear, like, some of the testimony, it's like, yeah, he'd gotten me and, like, my family and all my friends and everything penthouse apartments in LA, and he'd also gotten, like, my friends of friends penthouse apartments in LA, and it's like, she's talking about it like it's completely normal or like not a big deal in some of her testimony. It's like, bro, he was literally like single-handedly taking care of every one of your family, extended family, and friends and extended friends. Like, and like not just taking care of them by putting them in like an apartment or a nice place, but like putting them in nice places, penthouses in LA and in New York and shit. Like, not, oh, I'm paying for your like $1,200 a month apartment. No, like probably bought apartments that were millions of dollars, if not apartments with rents that are in the tens of thousands per month. These are, can you imagine, dude?
As per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places.
Yeah, look,
he
listen to
wasn't
this shit.
going to come back.
It's insane.
Calls for speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that one. What
I'll
she
sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right. So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
Oh.
Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life.
Just stick to DMT, kids.
I realized that that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
When we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know. This might be a good breaking point.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Don't do any outside research. How do you get, okay. Don't they, for, grand jury murder trials, make the, don't they make the jury stay in a hotel room with no access to the internet or anything like that? No TV, no news, no access to the internet, books, and maybe a curated selection of shows and movies, just to make sure they have no ability to research or learn anything about the case that they're going to be doing a trial for outside of what the court needs to have them know. I'm pretty sure it's a thing specifically for grand jury with big cases, the big shit. They have to get on a bus. Yeah, the OJ trial would be a good example. That one was high profile enough to be a grand jury, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for as long as this trial goes, I don't know if there's a jury for this trial. I don't think there would be because it's a defamation trial. But imagine this was a grand jury trial. Imagine this was one. And there are trials like that that go on as long as this has, if not longer. Imagine being part of the grand jury and having to stay in a hotel room with no access to the internet and just begging for this trial to be over so you can finally go on Twitter and see what the fuck's up, If I ever get called to a jury duty and it ends up being grand jury and it's some shit like that, okay, if I ever get called to jury duty again, I'm lying and saying I am the most bigoted person on earth, okay? Oh, well, you see, I am of a completely new political ideology. I am about to blow your mind with the variety of slurs I'm about to use in my description of my political beliefs. And they'll be like, sir, I don't think you qualify to be a unbiased judge in this a jury member. All right, well, thank you for the $15 check for showing up. I'm heading on home. Thank you. And that'll be how it goes. Like the stream, by the way. Just because we're in the gaming chill portion of the stream doesn't mean you shouldn't still like it. My stream is like a shark's gills. If there's not constantly water flowing through them, it'll die.
All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50. Is that okay? All right, 10:50.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, very tactical. Chat, if you could end all racism by saying a slur you're not supposed to say, would you do it? But you'd have to say it on national television, and nobody would ever know that you're saying it was what ended racism. They just know that you went on national TV and said, say the N-word. You'd do it? You'd all take that sacrifice? The martyrdom. Then I'd sit back and look back, or look out on a grateful universe. Watch the sunset on a grateful universe. Okay, so that was a good video. We didn't get the direct, like, outright poop thing, though. I kind of feel cheated out of the fact we didn't get, like, they didn't outright mention the poop thing necessarily. Because, like, Amber Heard's side of the story is that it was the dogs. What do you guys think? Should we keep on watching more of this trial stuff? I'm having fun. And I'm making good progress grinding in WoW while doing it. So if you guys want me to keep doing this, what do you guys think? Hypers if you want more. I'm having lots of fun, if I'm being honest with you guys. Well, there we go. Okay, looks like we're gonna continue. I am fine with that. Let me run an ad really fast. Can't say no to an ad. All right, so this one is top moments of Johnny Depp's lawyer Camille Vasquez cross-examining Amber Heard, part 1. This is from Law and Crime Network, which is verified on YouTube, which hopefully means it's not going to be some bad shit.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
We'll watch the muffin clip next.
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San
metal.
Francisco.
Holy shit. Wait, that's metal as fuck. You will never see my eyes again. And then, like, following through on that by never looking at that person. Looking at that person. Holy shit. Like, regardless of what you think, that's metal as fuck. That might be... That's levels of spite I could never possibly achieve. Listen, I think of myself as maybe not a super spiteful person, but, you know, somewhat spiteful. I could never, ever achieve that level of spite. Holy crap. She speaks like a lawyer in a TV show? Then she's probably a pretty good lawyer.
In July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209.
Reza Sutra, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. You didn't say anything, but it's noticed and appreciated. Thank you. That puts us up to $70 in the dono goal. Remember, guys, just because, you know, the streams, like, there's still hours left in the stream. You guys still have a chance to hit the Shadow onesie dono goal, so keep on donating if you want to get to it. I appreciate the support. Thank you, guys. It helps a lot.
I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just been through.
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You want to touch me?
Please stop me. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough.
What the fuck?
Nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What? You're not my shrink. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That's as loud as it goes, chat.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct
what is the point of
why
this?
are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play
This is a
Plaintiff's
bizarre
Exhibit
line of questioning.
357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
This lawyer's pretty competent, it seems. Most of the other lawyers I've heard in this trial sound like they're stuttering and fumbling over themselves.
Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this...
The Lamau, the guild chat, Xanderhal, I don't play WoW, but is it true that at 13 years old, WoW players talk 40-year-old WoW players out of their midlife crises / suicidal thoughts? Dude. Oh my fucking god. The meme of like the 13-year-old me helping the 30-year-old woman I met in World of Warcraft through her midlife crisis is so accurate. It's so goddamn accurate. There are so many middle-aged women and middle-aged men on this game going through midlife crises and balding and just going through menopause, and it's just everybody who plays this game's a fucking boomer now. Either a boomer or like a zoomer. So it's all boomers and zoomers. So it's all just like that's the interaction that you get. But it's actually kind of wholesome.
Courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim.
I'm sorry though. Okay, chat, can I tell you guys something? So I've gone into, I'm not gonna go super into detail because I don't like talking about it, and especially not publicly, because the internet, you know, the internet will take anything they can from you to hurt you. But yeah, I've talked about how me and my mom didn't exactly have the best, you know, time growing up. She raised me as a single mom, and yeah, she was a little bit abusive, you know, maybe a little bit. I've gone into more detail about the nature of that in the past, but when I'd stand up to her, like I was like 10 or 11, and I'd stand up to her because she wanted to hit me or whatever, she'd always say, "Oh yeah, you're so tough, you're so fucking tough, you're a big man now, huh? Yeah, you're a big man." That is what she would say. So I will argue that is somewhat, that is what she would say. So I will argue that's a little bit evocative of my own personal experience. I will say. Verbal abuse? Yeah, I wish. I wish it was just that.
Isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's
That doesn't
no
even
medical
look like her.
records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, if he was hitting her, like, meaningfully with rings in his fingers, there'd be markings. Like, right? I've seen somebody who's been punched with rings before, and it breaks bones. People have to get reconstructive surgery. Like, getting hit with rings, like, it's like brass knuckles. I guess he could have, like, maybe he, like, play slapped her, essentially, but, like... Wasn't this also the day that we talked about it before, right? Wasn't this not the day when the original police report was made? And the officer who arrived reported that she didn't see any markings or bruises to indicate physical damage on Amber Heard whenever she'd come out to see what was going on.
I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
Okay, Chat, can I just do like a little PSA thing here? If you ever or are a victim of abuse in a relationship, nothing I can say will make you leave that relationship or make things better. But I can give simple advice that isn't very difficult. If your partner or whatever ever hurts you enough to leave markings on you, take a picture, save it on your phone. If whoever checks your phone, upload it on the cloud somewhere so that it's not on your saved pictures. Just have it. Every single time that you're able to, take pictures of it and just always have it. And make sure it's date marked as well. Get a video if you can. It's easier to get data from to ensure like the, when it was made. Yeah, like something as simple as that, even if you aren't, at a place now where you can get out of that relationship or get out of that situation, when you are able to, having stuff like that on hand, let's just say you'll be thankful to your past self for taking care of that for you. It'll be helpful. Oh, fuck. Oh, I should have potioned. I just lost so fucking much gold worth of buffs. God damn it. Have I told you guys what I'm doing here yet? I actually don't remember if I've told you guys why I'm here killing these things. Have I told you guys why I'm here? Or did I not? Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this is because these guys dropped these little things that I've been getting called Motes of Mana. There's about a 29% drop chance or some shit like that. It's about 25. About a quarter of the ones you kill will drop 1 or 2 Motes of Mana. And 10 Motes of Mana, which take a little bit to farm out, turn into a Primal Mana. And last time I checked on the auction house, each Primal Mana was selling for 11 gold, 79 copper. So that would be for this whole stack. Last time I checked the auction house, price could have gone up or down since then. And this is the lowest I've seen it in a while, so it's probably gone up. This is 235 gold, about 236 gold worth of Primal Manas is a stack. So I'm killing these things and farming them out because they are not super hard to kill, and it's pretty easy gold.
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury
does feel like she's dodging.
Put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Miss Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to this jury, right, Miss Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury?
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's
Hey Xanderhal, what do you think about the dipshit right-wing anti-SJW types using the Depp case to collectively circle jerk about how women are shitty and feminism is cringe? Well, that's actually exactly why we're covering this. I guess you just got here more recently while we were covering it, but before I started this whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard portion of the stream, we were actually... I talked about the reason why we're covering this and going to continue to cover this trial is because the right has been consistently, and I would argue effectively, weaponizing this entire situation and politicizing it for their means. And regardless of the outcome of this situation, who's in the right or who's in the wrong, I think those people need to be combated.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
but you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could.
This lawyer that's questioning her is like drilling her. She started out like nice
Signature,
cop,
Kipper,
nice lawyer, I guess.
This is
But now
entirety
she's
of the
like
medical record.
drilling
Right,
her
Ms. Heard?
down.
Yes, what I meant by partial
it's like psychological
is
attacks.
I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't
Ruthless
get into
businesswoman,
what
girl
happened
boss.
or ask for anything other than
Amber Heard is getting out girl bossed right now, is what's happening.
should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. We could please go, well, under skin on the second page. It reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Ooh.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
Cat fight. Let's go.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
Oh my God.
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence.
Bro, this lawyer chick is just fucking brutal. Okay, like this, you know, this girl was like the mean girl in school. She was the mean cutthroat bitch in school, and I respect the fuck out of it. Oh my God. God, she's a good lawyer. You can tell. I hope she's getting paid well. Jesus Christ. I don't know if you guys like aren't able to appreciate it as much as I am, but you're quite the psycho, aren't you, Miss Heard? That's so perfect. That's such a perfect emulation of it. Jesus Christ. It's so good, Sexy Jax. Oh my God. This is fun. Like, I know this isn't like, is this like a topic that we can joke and laugh about? Or is this like too serious for us to do that? Is it bad that I'm having as much fun as I am? Because I'm having a ridiculous amount of fun covering this. We're going to continue doing this, guys. We're going to continue doing the coverage. I think I'll probably try to do like an unbroken multi-day streak of streams. Like I want to try to get up to like a week or two of unbroken streams daily. And just dedicate a bunch of the stream after segments to reacting to the, like, every day new stuff comes out about the trial and stuff, reacting to it, and, like, at the end of it all, being able to do a final manifesto video about all of it. And, you know, being hopefully educated enough about the facts of the case to be able to argue with chuds that use it against the left and against feminism and women and whatnot and against Me Too. You guys want me to keep doing that? Because I'm having fun. I want to continue. I'm probably going to stream I've been live for 4 hours. I'm probably going to stream for another 4 hours. So we're probably about halfway through the stream. I want to try to make 8-hour streams the norm. I feel like 8 hours is a really good stream length. And, yeah, I just think that's good. Which does mean that my streams are going to have more of just me, you know, kind of chilling, like doing stuff like this. And if you like that, then stick around. You're going to have a fun time. And if you're new and you're watching and you just arrived, make sure to drop a like on the stream. It helps the channel a lot. I really appreciate it. Every single one of you who does that, you're helping me more than you realize. Thank you.
You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
Jesus
Decided to take a
Christ!
picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had
So you
gotten,
took a picture of
where
him?
He wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or
Brutal.
you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help, is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit
Oh
252.
boy, what's this? What's
We'll only be
this?
looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Redacted from redacted.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
You sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Ms. Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This lawyer is RGR.
This is me getting support.
That's the
from my
best
friend.
comparison.
I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would
Who
get
remembers
upset that you took
RGR?
this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Johnny.
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Hurd?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Hog, cocaine.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU, is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000.
I love that casual pog cocaine without any hesitation.
Towards
Thank
my
you.
contribution.
So $100,000
To each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce
Damn, what
settlement
axe
was
is
paid
that?
directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And
publicly...
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. In this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
Can we talk about how cool it is that we're in like a time where you can get footage of something like this at this quality of like as it's going down live? Isn't that wild? Like, it used to be, you know, like famous court cases, the only way we even know, you know, what happened was because somebody was in the room writing everything down with a typewriter. You know, it's just wild.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the settlement, $7 million to charity, and I intend to fulfill those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully,
damn,
that's not my question.
Jesus.
As of today, you have
Ferocious
not paid
businesswoman.
$3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
It's getting a little spicy. This lawyer.
Ms. Heard,
God.
my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
Why isn't Amber's lawyer? Amber's lawyer's objected a few times.
Everything after yes. Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house
Ms. Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Heard.
All right, next
It's a
question.
donation, not a house, but like, oh,
That
she's
statement isn't true today.
banning her
here today, is
down on that.
It is true. I pledged
that's
the entirety.
brutal.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
you didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able.
This
to
isn't a
obligate-
trial, it's an
So that's a no, right, Ms.
execution.
Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety.
Oh my
I
God.
haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months
Lord.
before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities. You
Yeah, there's blood in
pledged
the
it.
water.
Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other.
I am so upset. The following question from the lawyer wasn't, you don't have a dick, do you, Miss Heard? Would you like to explain to the jury why you lied about that?
Their houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
I did at the time, yes.
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing
Damn.
frustration about
Acting like my
his
YouTube
criticism
comment
of my
section.
career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout, a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on
Damn,
that
this is
occasion, yes.
fucking, this is
That
like a...
mentions Aquaman.
Okay, I remember hearing like people tell me, oh yeah, real life, like courtrooms and court cases, it's not like on TV where it's like super dramatic and like super heated and everything. It's usually super boring and everything. And that's true, but this is the like, you know, one of the few cases where it's like a fucking TV show.
Doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Damn.
Mr.
that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
He was indicating I was jealous of his career.
You're a psychopath, aren't you,
Now
Miss
twisted
Heard?
it to say it was Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes.
I
he's always
love
been
this
very jealous.
lawyer. She's a fucking...
Miss Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp.
She's a
running away
shark.
from you at the first sign of trouble,
This
aren't you?
lawyer's a fucking
No,
shark.
I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
I just stole that guy's mob that he had like aggroed towards him. That's
that wasn't
hilarious.
What was the monster? The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time?
No.
Okay. And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything.
Come grown?
Go
What
on
the
a little
fuck?
later to say, please come home. Let's apologize
home,
to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man.
Oh, that's sad.
I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop.
What
before
the
this turns
fuck?
into something far darker.
What the fuck?
Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's...
That's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm
more
going to
under
move to
the
strike
influence.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
Oh, this
and
is...
because he ran away from you.
This is a different day now. This is a different day now. This is a different clip. This is a compilation, remember? She's wearing something different now, the lawyer is. This is a different day. Damn,
the
she
first sign of
is...
trouble, you call him a monster.
She is
I was trying to stop him
fucking
from turning into the monster.
brutal.
The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything.
Come
You go on a
grown.
little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together.
I'm come grown.
And continuing on page 77, you write,
That's what you call someone who is raised eating
not
nothing but
go
cum.
to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78.
Hello, spicy papa.
You write,
Spicy
I don't want
papa.
the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker. Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him
repeat it
starting
a little
new
bit
cycle
here.
where he starts.
Alexander the Resurrection, thanks for the $5. Says, to know why the right would be weaponizing this, the right should see this as proof that gender equality works. Women are just as accountable as men. No, I'm sorry. That sounds like it's how they should see it, but something you have to understand is that just because you see something like this and your thought process is more reasonable and leads you to a better conclusion doesn't mean that everybody else is the same. A lot of people see this and their preconceived biases lead them to immediately tunnel vision and see this as evidence of whatever they want to see it as evidence of, this whole situation. To my mom, who's like a liberal, obnoxious, like liberal feminist type, this is all evidence that you know, men just hate women and want to destroy this woman's career because she dared to speak out against an abuser. That's what my mom thinks. Incels and like the manosphere red pill fuckers think that this is, you know, like an example of a horrible, evil bitch trying to ruin a successful man's career to get all of his money and everything. A perfect example of what women are really after, whatever the incels would ever say. Like, it's just you'll see this as whatever you want to see it as. You'll see this as evidence of and supporting whatever you want it to be evidence of and support. You know, it's kind of like how conservatives are telling themselves that the Buffalo shooter was actually a leftist to sort of cope with the fact that their ideology is heavily entwined, if not responsible, for the deaths of all those people.
Using again.
He's not responding to you, Miss Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Miss Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use,
I love
and come
my
back
add-ons.
way worse, with way
Sunsphere.
less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I use
more
all of them.
under the
Everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster,
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Miss Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Okay, so that was where the video ended. Okay, I understand. All right. What was the muffin video? Someone told me I need to watch the muffin video. Apparently it's really funny. It's part of the trial stuff. Someone told me we got to watch the muffin video. Let's see.
You were, in fact, so
It's 2 minutes long. We're looking for like the longer stuff. Like we're trying to find like big chunks of the trial and whatnot so we can catch up and hopefully tomorrow, ideally, watch the live trial and like be caught up. Really quick, I'm gonna check and see if I've missed any alerts. Any donos. Okay, just taking care of these to make sure. Super chat. Okay. Okay. I see the dono that I missed. Hurt Prick, thanks for the $5. Says a little something for my favorite furry fan. Thank you, Hurt Prick. Appreciate the $5. You know me, I love those furries. Just a big fan of them furries. Yeah. Wait, Zan's a furry poke? I'm not a furry. I am in favor of the anti-furry legislation. Shadow's his persona. I like how, to be fair, I do have Shadow right there, you know? Hold on, my neck is killing me. I gotta deal with that. My neck do be killing me, guys. Did you sleep on it bad? No. It's been a few days. It's going away day by day. I need to use my inversion table a little bit more. Get it at like a good nearly 90-degree incline. Don't want too much blood rushing to my head too fast, because then I can't stay on too long, but yeah. By the way, glad you got a streaming chair. Yeah, this chair, can I like show you guys what the chair like in all looks like? Like, let me show you guys. Like, if you look here, you can see it's like, it's got armrests and it's like big and it's wide and everything. It's really nice. Yeah. It's dope as fuck. The only problem is it's so low to the ground that I have to like bend my camera down for me to be in frame properly. One Piece 34, thanks to the $5, says, "That's it, Zan. You're going to the Sonic realm with all the feet. Shit, nah, just kidding." Thanks to the $5, and thank you for not sending me to the Sonic feet realm. That would have been, not good. Thank you for that One Piece 34. I appreciate the $5, homie. You were really kind. It looks more professional. The chair says made it. I will say the chair is like, just it being simple black is really nice. That's really cool. And it's just so comfy. I don't know if it looks as comfy as it is. You know, I don't know. It just doesn't look as comfy as it actually is. And it's so comfy. Like, if my neck wasn't already hurt from prior stuff, like, I'd be perfect right now. Like, maybe I could put a pillow behind me if I wanted to get like a little bit more back cushion. And like in sleep, like if I wanted to sleep on this thing, I could. Definitely, I could sleep on this thing pretty comfortably. I haven't done it yet though. But yeah, I could definitely sleep in this chair. Oliver, I popped my neck quietly enough that I've had people look concerned violently enough. Oh yeah, there are people who can like really fucking yank it. You know, like. Ooh, I got a pop there. That was good. God, this side is so guarded and locked up, I can't even do the yank without it hurting. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Thankfully, this side of my neck is the side that hurts less, and this side of my neck controls turning this way. Yeah, this side of your neck controls your neck turning this way. And this side of my neck controls turning that way, and it hurts to turn that way, but it doesn't hurt as much to turn this way, thankfully, which is where the chat is. And then here's the screen. Oof. Whew. Got a little bit of it. That was not an attempt to crack my neck, but more so stretching the muscle, just to hopefully get the soreness to stop. Best thing for a cracked neck is a rolled up tea towel, tightly wrapped around it and held together at the front. Yeah, I've heard that's good. Zan pain stream? Nah. It's hot. Or not hot, it's cold. Turning on my space heater, keep me warm. Is it true that you can break your spine from cracking your neck? I was always told that when I was younger. Probably not. Probably not. Let's be real. Probably not. Just like how you actually can't bite through your thumb. Like, it's not like a... Ooh, I'm sorry, I got the shivers because it's cold. Ooh. Jesus. I don't know why, but I just got, like, sudden extreme shivers. Ooh. I'm holding my hand up next to the space heater to warm myself up. Jesus. I don't know why, but, like, I'll swing, temperature-wise, so quickly from, like, what that is, but... Maybe I'm turning into a robot or something. I don't know. It's actually impossible to snap your own neck, but it's a mechanical problem. The muscles required to do it will never let you turn your neck enough. Ah. That comforts me a little bit. Someone stepped on your grave? Is that what that is? Is that like a saying? That when you get random shivers, it's because someone stepped on your future grave? Oh my god, that's really cool. That's a really cool urban legend. Can you lick your elbow? Fuck no. I can try. Nope, not even close. I'm not flexible at all. Get a chair rated for 8 to 10 hours. Literally one of the best investments I've ever made in my life. I think this one's 10 hours rated. Suck your toe? I think anyone can do that, but I will not. You can suck my toes, though, if you want. Not really, nah. I don't like that, actually. It's kind of cringe. If a girl asked to suck my toes, I'd probably say no. She'd have to be absurdly hot, like... Because I'm not into it, so it'd be more so like... I'm turned off by this, so this is just for you. Okay, let's see the top of the week. We've seen today, so we're caught up with what's happened today. Let's catch up with the week now.
Welcome to...
This is from, I believe, today as well, actually. No, it's from the 17th. So it's from a bit less than a week ago. So this is where we're catching up now. This is Amber Heard cross-examined by Johnny Depp's lawyer. Oh, wait, never mind, actually. Oh, this is perfect, wait. This is a highlight of the whole week. It's an hour and a half long, but it's a highlight of the whole week. The best moments of the whole week in the trial from, Daily Mail. This is perfect.
It's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
How is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
There might be some repeat footage because these are highlights, but most of it will be new because these are from the week.
What contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21,
Oh, this is about the Elon Musk affair. Oh, shit.
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event.
It's a bunch of rich
happens every year in
ghouls.
New York City.
And were you invited?
Dressing
I was invited.
flamboyantly.
Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles.
Is this the same birthday he didn't show up to?
Together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. It's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of at a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Jesus.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never actually, it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it
hearsay.
would be overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
what about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay.
Wait, didn't she say
approximately how much?
She hadn't?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year.
I thought she hadn't donated.
2016.
She said she pledged. But I thought she hadn't donated.
I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to
these are
Art of
unrelated
Elysium, which
donations.
is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
When
And
did
have you
Musk meet
completely
and marry
fulfilled
Grimes?
your donations to the ACLU and
Got her
the,
pregnant in no
Children's
time. Jesus.
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor.
When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo.
Damn,
Do you
those
recall that
fast, Val.
testimony?
I do.
Okay.
They help.
Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this, in fact, still the first act?
I'm really excited for what okay.
Sustained.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that.
You always remember your first time.
I just got the date wrong.
Okay. And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Everyone remembers
Objection
their
calls for
first time.
speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time
Hey, Beth.
in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police
Shut your mouth, One Piece
They
34.
were
We're
called
having
in
fun.
December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord.
Papa's got to pay his bills in real life and in World of Warcraft.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Asshole.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse
That's
were
a canned
included in the
response.
UK trial?
I was following the advice of my
There were
counsel. It's pretty easy to go
14
to.
acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun Council, chose.
When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay.
I'm so
And
sorry,
when you were
JBZ20.
asked to provide
I'll try not
those,
to vape
what
the
did you
weed
do
pen
to
on
be
stream if
able
it makes
to
you feel
prepare
better.
that accounting, that full accounting?
I understand what it's like
Well,
to see
I
people
had the
smoke weed
benefit
when
of
you're
my
without.
therapist.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said. I'm just asking.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there
Oh
were many.
yeah, Beth. Yeah, you
I
might.
put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me.
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5, and it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional.
I can understand the idea of like being in a relationship that toxic, constantly filled with fighting and like violence and abuse. I mean, obviously there was violence and abuse by at least one or both parties. But like I can imagine the days sort of blurring into each other. I can understand that.
Relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on, and unfortunately the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So I was
Didn't she say before she's forgotten
frankly,
nothing? She remembers
shocked
everything.
to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain her objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay, I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues. And
If you're ever at a point in your relationship where you're taping each other, you got to get out. Just end it.
Kind of what was
get out.
Some of our issues in our communication.
Like taping each other in the way that is being talked about here.
We heard an audio tape earlier during this
like
trial
taping each other's
in which
meltdowns or
you
whatever.
said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word, like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for Ms. Heard's statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
Still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly in, and after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is a new clip.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Oh, I've seen this bit.
Preposterous. Of him. Which ones?
You didn't show me. You have no visible star comedy tribute.
My job.
Right, this is a different clip.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
Okay.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror.
About we have pictures from March 2013.
Okay, this is the bit we've
The only
not
picture
seen.
that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26,
Russia.
2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
In Mother Russia.
And then, according to your testimony,
You'll say,
when
fuck
you came
that
out of the
beach.
bathroom, Jerry Judge,
Just kidding,
Mr.
Chad.
Depp's
Sorry.
security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Oh, you know your nose is bleeding.
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So,
You
it's your
feel it.
testimony that you went into the bathroom.
Okay, guys, I have chronic nosebleeds, and when wait, I don't need to emphasize and prove this, right? You've seen my nosebleeds on stream, right? Like, you guys know this is no memeing matter. It's not like a little trickle either, or like a little blub. It's like a fucking stream. You guys know the deal, right? You guys have seen me get nosebleeds on stream. I assume at least some of you in chat have. And when a nosebleed starts, I know immediately. I guess she'd had supposedly been punched in the face, so maybe she'd be numb and wouldn't know, but I don't know. So all I'm saying is, I've never, gotten caught off guard by, a nosebleed. Certainly not one that came from, impacting something. That, just starts gushing out of nowhere. At least for me. For me, it does.
And didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
The cattiness,
Even though
I
Mr.
love
Depp
it.
whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
He did.
while wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting
this
the injuries you
lawyer
allegedly
is-
sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have
This
you?
lawyer is
I have
fucking
given everything
brutal.
to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Oh.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at
Can we
that
see
event.
it?
Yes, it is.
The night after the Met Gala.
Can we
Yes,
see
is.
it?
The night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right. Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Oh, there it is. I mean, she is
Let's
pretty
please pull up
make-upped
Plaintiff's
up in that
Exhibit
picture, to be fair.
1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You publish.
I knew that somehow
Just to
Don
confirm now
Rickles
so
would
the
get
jury can see
involved.
it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't
God.
appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Yeah, we heard that
Ice
part.
will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yeah, we heard this
Yes,
bit.
that's correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am
Is that
sorry.
supposed to make her look bad?
X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal?
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
apology notes from you to Mr. Depp?
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many.
God,
Let me
they're
try
so
to fix
fucking
this.
cringy.
Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim.
This is a real example of I can fix him syndrome. Yeah, if she
Did I
is
read
in
that
the right,
correctly?
it is.
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing, I tried reading, I tried therapists, I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshopped.
Ms. Heard, I have your answer. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not
Reminds
true.
me of a fucking
We
Twitch
haven't seen any
debate
photos of
moderator.
injuries to your face from that train
Jesus.
trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what? I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I want your kind of woman. I want your kind of woman. I might have. So if I
Amber Heard was telling him to suck her dick.
I wish I hadn't. I wish I hadn't bought into any of your lies, your bullshit, your sober presence, your goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't thought I could have kids with you. You're a kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest. You're the biggest seller of fake bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as something.
I did myself the fake.
Suck my. Suck my.
You've left nothing, and I've left every. So suck your.
Yeah, go on.
Which is probably your next move, because it's what you fucking move. No, I don't want to suck your. I don't want nothing to do with your midsection. We'll go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go on.
Captain Jack Sparrow. Yeah, he sounds like Jack Sparrow when he's drunk, doesn't he? Who would have thought?
No, it's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it kind of is.
It kind of is? What are you talking about? You didn't want some Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is, but
I'm sure she is.
we'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
They're both high and drunk. They're both drunk and high. They're both drunk and or high.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's...
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
the hour.
Yeah, is this the new Kendrick album? Bro.
No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else that you do? Oh, come on.
don't regret.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
you
lying piece of shit. What? Oh,
Sorry,
no, I
kids
want
show.
to know. I want to know.
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting.
Okay, dude, this is fucking maniacal.
Place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run. Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does. Go.
Oh no, dude! Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. That's the same shit she was saying, like the belittling him, like be a man, Johnny, or no one's gonna believe you, a man, were the victim of. Oh my god. Dude, I'm starting to buy it. I'm starting to buy it, chat. I'm starting to believe that Amber Heard might actually be a fucking demon. Holy fuck. Yeah, we'll just say the optics aren't good.
Run away. I know it's hard to look at your
ridiculous plan.
It's hard.
Oh, jeez.
It's hard.
Screwing everybody else over to get
You're
your
right. That's what I do.
You're the most spoiled brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it don't last long.
You're right.
I've
I'm
been here a
sorry.
lot longer
You're
than
right. You got to
because
figure it out.
You don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Lemon Field is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else.
Zan has been red pilled on the woman issue.
For the last.
Yeah, the woman issue has been a very
Oh no! It
integral
was You're right. There
part of my
can-
radicalization.
Go loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping, man. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right,
go back.
you can
Johnny
write a
Depp
book.
smiling
You
in
can write a
court.
book.
For another
I know,
10
you
Not
can
supposed
write
to
a
smile
book.
in court.
Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
You're not
Is this
gonna-
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is
make
this
it
gonna be
in a
good
book.
for your book?
I'll write what
Hey.
I want. I'll write
I have a
what
good
I want.
idea.
I'll write what
How
I
about
want.
somewhere of your journals? You're not a sellout or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey.
Hey, no,
Yeah,
you're
you
not
don't
what?
wanna sell out.
No, you're not selling
wanna
out.
sell out,
no,
Magic Mike.
No,
You don't wanna
yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21
man.
Drunk Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the I was.
You're right. Go sell your journals like a real non-sellout. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry.
God, what a toxic fucking relationship.
One. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't think so. I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartthrob in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Magic mind, you're right. When you play a non-sexualized object, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you're right. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only
You don't even take an interest.
If only I could be
You know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I could be like
I had to watch your direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out these lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry, I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bull playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, 21 is whatever it was.
I was
I don't remember it anymore.
I was 20.
No one cares.
I like 21 Jump Street.
Washed up piece of
What?
Washed up piece of
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Like
I can't hear you.
thinking that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my aid. I can't hear you.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your
Christ.
relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Aquaman.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO.
Aquaman fucks
not
fish. It's
Princeton.
canon
Please
to the
pull up Plaintiff's
DCEU.
Exhibit 1279.
I've seen
Amber
Peacemaker.
Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Miss Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You testified that in December of 2015,
I have questions.
Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that
Oh, this is Amber
a
Heard's
correct
ex.
statement? You testified to that?
Who's a woman.
Yes.
Based.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Miss Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It was, it wasn't like dripping down her head,
That was
but it
Amber's
was
friend.
raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Enriquez to the stand.
All right.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am.
Now I'm going to take you
This is
to
Amber Heard's sister.
Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, and Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know, and frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. And But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right, as a foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
That when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled. That's fine.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, funny. She laughed a lot. She
is loud a positive quality?
Happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow-motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition, and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition. I'll sustain as to heart condition.
Okay. Other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her.
Women, be
throughout the
quiet,
entirety of their
apologize
relationship saw the
challenge.
same thing.
What, if any,
Impossible.
observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, And then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as I was scared of him. So that's all I can say. From the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually barefaced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection.
This is the
that
brutal
Miss Pennington
lawyer.
was with
Oh my
you
God,
in
she's
Penthouse
playing
5
good lawyer right now.
and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
The woman talking right now, questioning the other lady, is the lawyer that was drilling Amber Heard earlier. This is her doing Mrs. Good Lawyer, or Miss Good Lawyer. Guarantee she's single. She's young. She's like chasing that bag.
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, it sounds like it's coming from, we hear commotion, and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices, or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
that the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, you know, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him, following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards, with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. He basically, the door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, like, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your out of here," the wine, that whole, you know, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of
Buzzed,
something.
maybe? That's a
On May
word.
21st, 2016.
For mildly
how
drunk.
was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
He was, it was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and...
Objection, did you see him intake drugs and alcohol? Yeah.
Yeah, combative, you know, felt very angry. He felt angry and yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite, it was very, yeah, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5 and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your out of here," correct? And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
Penthouse 5?
I don't
There are
remember.
4 others.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative.
This is a weird line of questioning.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like, from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was, it felt, yeah, combative.
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final
It's a new clip now.
Title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her, and the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud,
Imagine she
we're taking
sues
this
him
away
back
from her because
after all
of
this
this
again.
bad press.
It just keeps continuing.
it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's
never
all
ends.
Whatever. But there's no other reason.
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe
Not the rum.
career
Why is all the
background.
rum gone?
Lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And
She's famous.
in the
I don't remember her
course
name.
of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
I need to watch that movie. I had to watch it with Lonnie.
When I lived in New York,
maybe me and her can watch it tonight after stream.
In LA,
I don't know if she's watching the stream right now, but let me know if you want to do that.
More. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
My man! Bro! Let's go! Johnny Depp just out, he doesn't give a shit. Granted, this would have been 30 years ago, I'd say. Because this would have been, because Johnny Depp's 50 now. Okay, so it was 1990 is when she ballparked them meeting. I'm just trying to get an idea of, like, the jump cuts. Okay, maybe it was the jump cuts. I don't know if they've ever dated.
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, you know, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes, 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your knowledge,
change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
Wait, it is about Johnny Depp. Wait, hold on, yeah. Okay, wait, I'm trying to get a ballpark on if Johnny Depp was out there MILF chasing. I think he was. Okay, so she's like, how old now? Does anybody know how old she would have been in 1994? How old was... What's her name? Someone in chat said. How old was Ellen Barkin? How old was Ellen Barkin in 1994? She's 68 now. So in 1994, how old would she have been? Do the math for me, because I don't want to. Early 40s? Damn, yeah, she would have been looking good. She'd been looking good. Yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. There we go, okay. And how old would Johnny Depp have been? How old was Johnny Depp in 94? I want to know. How old was Johnny Depp in 94? Tell me, tell me, tell me. 20. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Hell yes! Let's fucking go! 30? No. No, he's 50 now. Xand can't stand up right now. Nah, chill out. Now Xand is Team Depp.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into
58,
private details, but can you tell me, like, where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house, or I would go to his house.
And both houses in L.A.?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house,
she's 10 years older than Johnny Depp.
Where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
Jesus.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Johnny Depp's laughing his ass off right now.
Can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became
I like being
sexual.
high all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And what was he drunk? What?
I like being high all the time sometimes. Which is different from liking being high sometimes. Those are two different things. You guys know what I mean? I like being high all the time sometimes. I like being high 100% of the time, 80% of the time.
With your understanding, what had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol,
were
you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Okay. Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. Okay. He called me and told me he was tripping.
Tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the
The
fight
cuts are weird, but it doesn't seem like they're cutting
Johnny
out
Depp
much. It's like
and his
a
friends
second.
in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle that, do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or
This is a
empty?
highlights video, though, remember?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you? Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
Oh, they're cutting out objections. That's what happened. Whenever someone, like, when they do objection, they're like, this is insane or whatever. It's just showing the people that, like, edited this compilation together are cutting out the bits where it's like objection. The person's like, oh, but she's it. And the judge is like, okay, or whatever. So, yeah.
And was it, when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp,
like scanning
was it
her.
common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
Showing up late to set consistently.
All right. Hold on a moment, chat. The moment of truth is upon us. I've been spending like the last 3.5 hours, I'd say, grinding here in the Kirinvar village in Netherstorm for primal mana. We've gotten 31 of them and 3 motes and a whole inventory of greens and other vendor trash. So I'm going to go ahead and vendor all of this, and we're going to find out how much our profit was for vendoring the trash, and then I'm going to sell these manas in the auction house for fat stacks. But first, let's find out how much we made from selling the junk. So we're starting with 168 gold, 22 silver, and 89 copper. If anyone wants to type that in chat so we can do the math of how much we made after I've sold it all, then you do that. I'm out of water. Actually, let me write it down. 168. There we go. 1 second. All right, 168 gold is what we're starting with. So let's go ahead and vendor the garbage. Oh wait. Started doing it off screen. We started at 168 and ended at 170. Don't need a calculator for that. Nice. However, we did repair my armor for 9 gold. So we did lose 9 gold just for armor repairs, because doing this caused me to die quite a few times and all that. But nonetheless, that's still quite a bit of dosh. I think your site might be under a DDoS attack because it took 4 attempts to get through here. Kolodic, to get to the website or to post the message? Is that why the chat's so quiet? Been fine for me. Marco. Okay, yeah. We good. We good. We vibing. We vibing, okay.
On virtually every movie, I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Dude, when I asked Marco, and so many of you that I didn't even know were in chat said Polo, I was like, so many fucking lurkers, dude. Holy shit. All right, we got 31 primal manas to sell in the auction house now. I am headed to Stormwind, everybody. I'll be there momentarily. If you are on this server, if you are on Pagel, US Pagel in Burning Crusade Classic, and you're an Alliance character, come to Stormwind, the Alliance capital city. I'm going to be there. I will trade you 10 gold for completely free to help you level, and I will add you on BattleNet and stuff. I'll also invite you to the guild I'm in if I can. The Silent Magician. Actually, no. Better yet, Ironforge. Ironforge instead. Not Stormwind, instead Ironforge. Take the Deep Run tram if you don't have Ironforge yet. I hope at least one person comes and meets me. I doubt it. But I hope one Xanderhal fan that plays WoW was in chat and was just like, fuck it. I should have late and I'm hungover, so I've been quiet. All good, Heavy Gretel. Welcome to the stream. I am not hungover. I am high, though. Yeah, come to the common area of, Ironforge, the dwarf home city. We'll do a full auction house scan. All right. This is where We take our primal manas, we put them in here. I set them on the auction house for 12 hours. 31 stacks of 1 is usually the cheapest way to do it. Netting us a profit of 371 gold. Selling all that. And now we post it all on the auction house. Now allowing other players to come in and see whatever other, you know, obviously, like, if I go to the auction house, I can see these are other primal manas that are up for sale. But since I just put primal mana up, undercutting everybody, hopefully my primal mana will sell very, very quickly. And they're selling for about 12 gold each right now, which is not too bad. I would come, but alas, I was not able to subscribe. Yeah. All right. Here's what I'm going to do, chat. I'm going to kneel right here for the next 20 minutes while I talk to chat. That is how long anybody who is in the game and wants to come meet me here has to come meet me in Ironforge. Baby Lungs, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Said, get sturdy right now. Well, I'm pretty sturdy right now. Thank you. Look at me. My character looks fucking awesome. We need to get better gear, though. This gear is not good enough. It's just not good enough. How's your neck? Not perfect. Oh. Whoa. That was a nice neck crack I got there. I wasn't even trying. I just kind of tilted my neck and it cracked. Oh. Are you... Oh. I got like... I got excited for a second, like, whoa. How'd you get that mount already? Here, I'm gonna try to fuck around with my neck while we wait. Alright, chat, how you guys doing? I've been streaming for a while. Yeah, Balthazar. Are you doing Hypers Niopulian? Tired? You're tired? You think it's okay to be tired in my stream? I killed many brain cells last night, but I'm doing okay. Well, I'm glad you're here and you're alive. Ah. I be existing? That's good to know. Ah. My neck is just... not... It's like it's locked up. Is the only way to describe it. Ah. Like, this alone hurts. Vibin' watching for orientation at new job, waiting for orientation at my new job on Tuesday. Hell yeah. You need a comp masseur, Zan? A competent masseur? Yeah, I do. You sleep in a weird position? No, it wasn't that. Oh, wait, my primal mana already sold. Holy shit. Wait, for real? How much of it sold? That was fast. Oh, wow. Like, a decent amount of it sold already to Jolene? Yolene? Is that, how do you pronounce that name? What is that name? So yeah, that's how the auction house works. You post things on there that you've found in the world for other people to buy. The price is kind of like the stock market. It's determined by, you know, supply and demand, basically. Very basic supply and demand economics. Well, my balls are sticking to my thighs. Got to deal with that. Very basic supply and demand economics in the game, but, you know, it makes for an interesting economy, and it works. I enjoy it. To the moon. I'm telling you guys, primal mana's going to the moon. Just hodl. Would you be willing to buy a horse for a neck rub? Buy a horse for a neck rub. I'd love to have a horse to name Shadowfax. Like Gandalf's horse in Lord of the Rings, and ride around a white horse, of course, Shadowfax, yeah, and just, you know, ride around the countryside. But I don't want a horse because I don't have the money to take care of one. I will take the neck rub though. You have a horse? We just have to borrow one of Vosh's children and we can have a pet Vorse. Zorse. The Xander horse. Oh god. You're all going to hell. Zan, have you ever played Windcraft? Yeah. But do you know what I've also played? Your mom. Gotti. I'm holding on to this adamantite ore because I kind of want to, once I get like the better jewel crafting, whatever it's called, I want to prospect it down into gems because I feel like the gems sell for so much more on the auction house than the ores do. Because you have to be pretty high jewel crafting just to get the gems. And I feel like I can turn a massive profit from just stockpiling shit tons of ore, prospecting all of it, and selling all the gems on the auction house. I think I'll make a better profit than just if I just sell these ores or smelt them and then sell them. I don't know. That's my best turn of action, I think. I don't know. I think now's probably a good time to wrap up. Has anybody here? Meet me in the bank if you're a Zan fan. Come up to me here in the bank in Ironforge if you're a Zan fan. I'll hang out for I'll hang out for 6 more minutes. Yeah. I'll hang out for 6 more minutes. We'll do a clean 6-hour stream. I was gonna do 8, but I'm gonna do 6 because I want to watch a movie with Lonnie. You're an economist. Yeah. But definitely recommend picking up WoW Classic to anybody who, Is this person in front of me a Zan fan? Or behind me? Oh, they left the game. They're not a Zan fan. Oof. Oh, my neck hurts so bad. I gotta get a massage from... I gotta either go to a chiropractor or a masseuse. Oh, we're selling more primal mana. Let's go. Heavy Gretel, thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. This is last minute dono. I appreciate it. Thank you. Even last minute donos help. I'm gonna hang on my inversion table for like 20 minutes. You can massage it yourself. You'd think that'd be easy, but it's not. Just like lightly rub where it hurts, forehead. That's all massage is, bro. Christ. Sadly, I don't believe we have any Xan fans in WoW yet, but one day I'll have such a large concentration of Xanderhal fans in WoW. I'll have a WoW guild, a Rust clan, a Hightail server, a Minecraft server. My empire will stretch across billions of games, trillions perhaps. Trillions upon billions of trillions of games, maybe. Text to Fox, I'm sorry I've been pretty preoccupied with just focusing on specific types of content to boost the channel at the moment. Like, I'm on this Sigma grind arc right now, which has sort of led me to hyperfixating on certain types of content. I understand if this has been frustrating for some people, but that's what I've been doing. Is the army building and Rust thing still a thing? Yes. Apply for the Rust group, and I'll add you. But we're not currently active. I'm building the army right now still, and I want to add as many people as possible to the group so I can just add everyone and be like, hey, wipe starts in 1 week. Get ready. That's what I want to do. So if you want to join the Rust army still, the Xanderhal Rust clan, go to my Discord server, go to Rust applications, and say you want to be invited. And I'm going to go through there and add everybody, obviously. I'm getting WoW right now. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm on US Pagel Alliance on the Burning Crusade Classic World of Warcraft. US Pagel, that's the server, and I'm Alliance. So if you want to play with me, you'll have to play Alliance too, either a human, night elf, gnome, or dwarf, or Draenei. I think all my mana's almost sold. Jesus Christ. Look how fast it goes. So Paramage bought some, and then Ziggy Zella bought some. We barely have any left to sell. Jesus Christ. Takes an hour for the sale to go through and the money to go to your mailbox, but it's a pretty good way to make money in WoW, is the auction house. It's probably the best way to make money in WoW, is selling things to other players. Especially shit that other people are too lazy to grind for. Especially when you can grind for that shit while streaming and talking about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. Making gold in WoW and making gold in real life at the same time. That right there is what we call a pro gamer move. Alright. Listen, guys. I love you all very much. Your support... Jesus Christ. Your support today has been enormous. Like, seriously. Last couple of streams, today and yesterday, have been really fun. No Terraria. Yeah, I want to hang out with Lonnie a little bit. Tomorrow I'll stream for 8 hours, though. I've been having a lot of fun streaming these last couple of days. This chair is comfy as fuck. Hopefully my neck stops hurting, because that's the only thing preventing me from just feeling perfect and having a great time. I'm having a great time. Thank you so much for your support today. Thank you for coming along and chatting and just hanging out and generally being here and being supportive. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching today. I love you all very, very much. And as always, I will see you all next stream. Actually, I'm going to hang out for 1 more minute to make the stream a solid 6 hours, because that'll bother me if it's just under. Oh, look at that. More of my primal mana sold. Look, the last of it's about to sell. The last of my primal mana is about to sell. There's just 1 more left. Gouda Bank, buy the last one. Come on. Come on, Gouda Bank. I have 1 more primal mana left to sell. How could you do this to me? Let the chat see the last one get bought. Come on. Sell it right at the 6-hour mark. Well, it's already sold. Like, well, it's already like put up for sale. It's just people have to buy it. Someone buy my Primal Mana, please, before stream ends. No, it's too late, chat. No, no, the stream's over. No, no.